teach your children. Salt of the earth underpaid to serve and scrub the toilet. All the numbers under the names. Lining up all the numbers under the names. Boy, I'm a true doom scroller. I'm a true doom scroller. I can't seem to shut it down until the worst is over.
Hello! What's up, everybody? Ektar, 10 bucks, Seraphim, Solipsist, Mystic Flame, Berloni, Tirazel, Rasta, B-Side, Vicarian, Colette, Doomed, Red Shirt, Anubis, Lomiril, Taladino, Fear, the Dawn, Mark. Everybody's doing good on this Tuesday? May 12th, 2026. We're almost already at the halfway point of the year, I realize. Well, I mean, just, you know, not quite there, but dangerously approaching the halfway point of the year. Very scary. Have barely registered we're in 2024 yet. And before I know it, it's going to be 2027. Yeah. All right, let's play some Mass Effect, I guess. That, like this, like that. Oh shit! Fuck! Wait. Hold on. Going back here, I think I found a solution to the desync problem we were having yesterday with the dialogues audio synchronization getting messed up after pre-rendered cutscenes. I think, I'm not 100% sure, but I think it's due to frame rate differences. The game's running at over 60 frames per second, and I think the pre-rendered cutscenes are running at 60, which I think is what creates the issue. So what I'm gonna do, we're gonna try that today. I'm gonna bring my gaming monitor down to 60 hertz. I hope that didn't mess everything up, what I just did. Did you guys see a cut or anything on the stream? I just lowered my monitor back to 60. It was a minor stutter, but it's fine now. Okay. Thank you, Ektar. So hopefully with VSync on and everything, the game's going to run at 60 now. And hopefully that will fix the cutscene issue. We'll see. If it doesn't, then I'm out of ideas. But I think that could be the problem. Which for you shouldn't make any difference because the stream's, you know, the stream's playing at 60 anyway. It's, for me, it's gonna look a little, you know, less smooth now that I got used to 144 in the past couple months. So the research I've made, clip turn, the problem's always been there. People have mentioned that problem in like 2021 when I believe the Legendary Edition first came out. It's just an isolated problem because not everyone's running the, you know, everyone who plays on console will never see that problem. If it is indeed tied to the frame rate, which is really what I believe, you know, nobody who plays on console will ever have that problem, and everyone who plays at 60 frames per second on PC won't have that problem either. So. What's up, Shepard? What's up, Megan? How are you doing today? Alright, let's see. Feels like my sound's loud. Is it just me? Alright. We're turning on VSync. It's gonna be stuck at 60. Hold on, because if I do this, but then I turn VSync, it's gonna cap it at 60 anyway, right? Yeah. Just for the sake of... I'll do it like that. modded my cutscenes to 4K videos, so I guess that's a reason I never had a problem. Maybe so, maybe so. If it's still there, at least we can hope it's a ME1 problem only. It's not. I've done a bunch of research yesterday. Apparently it's worse in Mass Effect 2, which might be due to the fact that there's more pre-rendered cutscenes in Mass Effect 2. I don't know. That's my assumption, is that there's more pre-rendered cutscenes in 2, so that amplifies the problem. But we'll see. We'll see. Hopefully I'm right and it's just a problem of frame rate. And that will fix it. Of course it is. But yeah, it is unfortunately a somewhat widespread problem. Which, funny enough, someone mentioned they brought it up on, like, I don't know if it was the EA support or EA forums or something related. They brought it up to the attention of player support, and the response in 2021 was, "Oh, we're aware of the problem, we're working on it." 5 years later, updates on the same problem still exists. So yeah, so much for working on it, I guess. We're working on it, yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, this is not a game that's getting supported. This is it's a remastered collection that they release, and the goal with that is releasing it and then never having to worry about it ever again. This is not an ongoing project for on the side of EA's publishing and BioWare's development. I'm not even sure who took care of the remaster, but it's clearly a one-time thing. So X. We're working on it. We've created a ticket in our backlog. Yeah, for again a development team that's probably that doesn't exist anymore. It's not an ongoing project, so that ticket backlog is never going to diminish. It's fine. I'm hoping that I'm correct. It was just a frame rate issue. I'm gonna miss 144 hertz though. Playing the game felt very smooth yesterday. Well, that's not necessarily the issue, right? It's a problem of the remaster, Redshirt, right? Because the original didn't have higher frame rates support, probably. And I don't know what team worked on the remaster. I'm assuming it was outsourced, but. And that's the main issue. That's why there's no recent patches or any post-release support, right? It's an outsourced project that was probably done, for like a limited time contract. And that's it. I received an email today that said the company I'm working in is closed for a day and they will cut a day from our annual leave. I'm new to corporate shit. Is that normal? If you feel like you're getting fucked, then yeah, that's the corporate life for you. Enjoy. And if you feel like this is fine, and you don't feel that you're getting screwed over, then get ready, because it's gonna get worse. Hey, hopefully you're getting well compensated for that nonsense. Overall, I mean. Hey, I just realized that's not Garrus on the title screen. That's Saren. I recognize the, you know, sort of evil-looking cybernetics. But yeah, no, that's pretty wild. If they decide to close the company and you get PTO removed... Oh, hey, here's Garrus, I think. Unless that's Nihilus, but no. That looks like... famous game character, Garrus. Check the PTO clause in your contract. Yeah, X, are you signing contracts that you're not reading completely? Is that what you're doing? I bet you're the type of person that doesn't even scroll down on the terms of services when you get a new video game. You gotta at least pretend you're reading it, you know? You gotta scroll down to the bottom and then click accept. Some games force you to do that, which I always thought was so funny. It's like, yeah, we're gonna protect our asses and make you scroll down so that you can't pretend you didn't see it. I wonder, there has to be one person on this planet that is worried enough and on, you know, on top of those things enough that they will literally read everything before they click accept when they get a new software or a new video game. There has to be one person like that on the planet, right? Humans are so diverse. There has to be one dude that legitimately will not start playing a video game before he read all the fine prints on the terms of services and all that. It has to exist. There's a YouTube channel for that. Well, okay, that's a little different, right? If you're creating content about it and maybe you're a lawyer or something, I don't know. But I'm just talking about like a random person playing video games. I do read TOS if it's at most 5 to 10 pages. You cannot be serious. I refuse to believe that. That's a person. Although, I mean, I guess, I don't know. I would assume if you're able to watch my stream, it means you have inordinate amounts of patience. So maybe you're the kind of person that can do that. I don't know. I do for software most people don't use. Well, okay, if it's for like, I don't know, professional use and there's maybe responsibility issues there. A nice tea and a TOS reading session. I don't think I have ever in my life read any of those things, even like more than a paragraph. It's literally just an accept button for me. I'm the kind of person when I'm browsing the internet on my phone, for instance, or even like on the computer, and it's like, you know, you get the pop-ups for all the cookies and whatnot. I randomly click one of the 3 buttons. There's like accept all, reject all, or accept selected thing. Yeah, that's the norm right now. I randomly click one of those buttons to get it away from me as fast as possible. Like if I'm like consciously maybe paying attention, I'm gonna click like reject all, because that's obviously what I would go for by default. But most of the time I'm like quickly browsing and I click whatever button comes first. I try to read them when money is involved, so like Twitch and YouTube. I haven't, okay, I'm not gonna lie, I have not even once read my partner agreement with Twitch. I have no idea what's in there. No idea what's in there. No clue. The only thing that I've read top to bottom was my publishing contract when I first got my first novel published. And I'll be honest, my second publishing contract, I skipped some of the parts that I assumed were the same, and they were. But you know, to be fair, I trust my publisher. They're really cool. So, which I know is you shouldn't do, but in this case, there's like a personal, you know, sort of interrelationship type thing. I'm very trustful of their work. But yeah, the first time I got my first publishing contract, I read the shit out of that thing, down to the period. I was on point. I was actually very happy because my publisher today made a post on social media because they're looking for new opportunities to work with new illustrators. Like they made a new post of like, hey, we're looking to expand our illustrators, you know, sort of contacts, and you know, we're opening submission if you want to submit your portfolios and you think you could contribute to the, you know, our covers for the next few years, feel free to, you know, we're looking at new opportunities for dealing with illustrators. And one of the major clauses that was written like in big characters was no use of Gen AI at all, which I thought was great. I love my publisher. Yeah, red shirt for sure. It's a rare thing. It's a rare thing. Yeah, Megan Fox. Here's the thing. In this case, I trust my publisher more than I would trust my parents. I don't know. There's nothing like family. I don't know. You know, family. You have no reason to trust your family more than any random person. Just because there's a blood relation doesn't mean they're good people, right? I mean, my parents were great. My family was, for the most part, pretty okay. I'm just making a joke, but in general, I mean, you know. I've seen enough horror stories about families exploiting their own children and whatnot. I mean, look at the Britney Spears situation. I'm not too familiar with it, but I've, you know, I'm pretty sure her parents were, you know, I don't think it was a very positive situation, as far as I remember. Yeah. Which is often the case with like younger artists, right? Like children actors or young musicians. Because obviously the parents are given control of all of that when they're young. So it's easy to fall into that sort of deviant situation, I guess, toxic situation or whatever. Easy in the sense that it's easy for people to take advantage of the artists. Not easy as if it's gonna happen to you. Like, oh God, what have I done? I've taken advantage of my kid. No, there's some choices that were made there. Have abandoned my child. I saw something yesterday that was like, we need to talk about that tomorrow. And now I can't remember, of course. It was about a game. Was it about a game? It was about a game company, that I'm sure. Was it something Nintendo? I'm not sure. I can't remember. Something a game company did, and I was like, whoa, that's weird. Unprepared for stream, yeah. Truly. I do take notes sometimes. $10 is not joking there. Sometimes when I think of something that I would love to talk about, sometimes I have a little list of topics for the intro to the stream. In this case, I don't. I do not. I can't believe that the game company did that thing. I know, person. It's terrible. Fucking game companies, man. I mean, I know that there's one thing that comes to mind, but it's not the one I wanted to talk about, which is that Nintendo apparently sent a cease and desist to Cody Rhodes, the WWE wrestler, because he had the Triforce symbol on his boots. And they sent him a cease and desist so that he, you know, wouldn't use the trademarked symbol. Nintendo doing Nintendo things. What's up, Shazar? Everyone was playing Subnautica recently. It must be something with Subnautica 2. I think early access is starting or something. Legal ownership of triangles. Hey, listen, I understand a company trying to protect their IPs. I get it. Because if you don't, it's complete chaos. But 2 days or so, you know. Oh, wasn't there? Hold on. That's not what I wanted to talk about. But Psycho Rider mentioning leaks just reminded me of that. Apparently, the entire Forza Horizon 6 game just accidentally leaked. Because of like was it a storefront issue or something, like a digital store issue or something? Absolutely crazy, dude. Yeah, that's a unique case in the sense that I think it was just like literally a mistake from the people in charge of releasing the game properly. Yeah, the preload wasn't encrypted correctly. Insane. It is what it is. That's what happens when you fire competent people to hire people who use AI for their job interview. Oh yeah, sure, I can do that. I can do the you know, pushing a proper encrypted file to the Steam store. I can do that. Sure. I know what encryption is. Yes. That seems sadly plausible. I mean, I don't know. Obviously, it could be just a simple mistake, like, you know, wrong fucking folder. You know, who the fuck knows, right? But it does seem plausible. It does seem plausible. That's what happens when the you know, quality of you know, like the skill set of companies just get lower and lower. They already announced they're tracking players and will issue permanent bans. That's not the way you should deal with that situation, in my humble opinion. But what do I know? I'm not, you know. It could be a legal thing they're forced to do, right? For whatever maybe they won't even do it, but maybe they have to like issue a warning for legal mumbo jumbo thing, like, oh, we're trying to protect our IP, right? Because if they don't, maybe it's like it could be argued that they released it for free, so everyone should be allowed to have access to it for free. So maybe they're supposed to, you know, just a legal sort of defense thing, but they're not actually gonna do anything. I'm just, again, speculating, right? Because it's often the case with IP laws and stuff like that, is you have to posture to pretend that you're protecting your stuff, but you're not actually gonna chase anyone. But yeah, we'll see. Yeah, Vicarian? It's funny because I feel, and maybe I'm wrong there, maybe I'm only noticing the bad ones, but when I'm looking at like posts online, either on Reddit or even like Twitter or whatever, I can tell immediately if something was ChatGPT, you know. I feel like I can identify ChatGPT's writing extremely easily. And I'm not just talking about like, you know, M dashes or whatever, which is to like something that apparently people, you know, think is a mark of ChatGPT, and it is in certain cases, but some people use M dashes just normally. But there is a thing about the syntax that is very, very, very unique to ChatGPT. And I don't know, there's sort of like digital handwriting, right, as they call it, I think. That is, to me, is very, very obvious, but I don't know, maybe I'm just noticing the bad cases, right? And when it's done with a little more sophistication, covering up your tracks a little bit better, maybe you don't notice it, right? But oh well. It is the way the world's going, so I think we're gonna have to accept. Well, I mean, at least we're gonna have to get used to living with it. Accept it is a different thing, but it's like bad CGI in movie. You only notice when it's low effort, obvious. Yeah, when it's done poorly, of course. Forza Horizon 6 devs threaten hardware bans for accessing the game for early builds on web public. Yeah, I'm curious. It's gonna be interesting, Lomiril, to see if they actually do anything about it, right? Or if it's just posturing for legal reasons. Yeah, let's look into it again like a week or so and see if anything actually happened. I'll be curious to see how that situation evolves. It's an interesting case. It's a pretty unique case, right? Of sort of a leak that wasn't done by someone outside or a disgruntled employee or anything, like just a proper fuck up by the company themselves. That's interesting. But yeah, again, like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it's just like legal, like a legal obligation they have to be, yeah, no, we don't condone this behavior, and you know, just to protect their IP. But in reality, they might not, you know, go as far as to actually ban people. They just have to have the legal sort of protection behind them. I don't know. We'll see. If they do that, then that's, in my opinion, a grave mistake. Like, that is not something your customers and consumers and fan base will respond to positively. But what's up, Philanor? How are you doing today? Ah, that's interesting. They don't pay their own customers. Well, that's the thing, though. I think there's multiple angles there. First of all, you can be an actual customer and a fan of the game who hasn't used the leaked version at all and still think that going after the people who have is a bad move. Like it can still reflect poorly on your company going after people for the mistake that you made, right? I would be one of these people. I don't care about Forza. I'm not gonna play the game. I still think it's a shitty thing. I still think it's a shitty thing to do. But in a lot of cases, like Shepard said, obviously there's people who like the once the files leaked, the game was probably on all like torrent websites and everything. So a lot of people probably got access to it illegally. But some people just, pre-ordered the game, got the preload dropped, downloaded it, and suddenly realized the game actually ran. So I don't know exactly how it happened and the details, but I bet a good portion of the people playing the leaked version are people who pre-ordered the game also in the first place, because they're excited about the game coming out, right? So they would be the ones that would want to play it early, presumably. Anyway, the point, that's not the point ultimately, right? Ultimately, the point is you make a mistake and leak your own game and then chase the people who are playing that version. Even though it's within your rights, it still makes you look a little, Two separate leaks, preload on Steam and the leaked early access review build, not on Steam. It's not on some side, on some sites that have that stuff usually. Hold on, let me see if my typical source of media entertainment. I mean, there's definitely one version there, but it could be the full release. I don't know. Is the game out, like, officially now? May 19. No. Okay, so yeah, the leak is on a website that I would never visit for no reason, of course. Seems I only visit shitty websites. You're a law-abiding citizen, Shepard. That's all. Yeah, exactly, person. I would never pirate anything. Of course. Not once. When I was a teenager and my friends showed me Napster, I was like, how dare you? These people poured sweat and blood to make that music and have it released on records. How dare you? What's up, Primus? Yeah. No, I will admit I was an avid Napster user when I was younger, and I had a bad internet connection at the time. I was still on dial-up when Napster first came out. I would still you know, I would still download albums overnight. It would take me like an entire day to download a fucking song, but I would still do it. Yeah, that was pretty good, Primus. It's crazy to think like the impact that stuff has had on like the industry. Because there's like a solid argument that without Napster, you know, the music industry wouldn't be streaming focused as it is now, right? Like that might be just a cascading effect of that original sort of revolution. But it's also quite mind-blowing that one of the Napster creators was one of the Facebook creators. Well, not a creator of Facebook, but he was like one of the major investors in Facebook. One of the was the first president, right? If I'm not mistaken, of the actual Facebook company. Sean, what's his name? Some people were really on, like, had their finger on the pulse of the early days of the internet and how to make money by Sean Parker, yeah, thank you, and make money creating businesses on the internet. I feel like that was like just basically after dot-com bubble, right? After that whole thing happened, like some people really knew how to recover and work with like sort of the new internet as it felt like it was back in the day. I had a solid 10 years of buying music before streaming took off. Yeah, like on iTunes and all that, right? It was a major thing. Obviously, probably due to, you know, the high-speed internet not being as widespread as it is now and all that. So you had to download stuff, and obviously, you know, would have to pay for that. I've never heard of Clementine, I don't think. For me, it was Napster, pretty much Napster into Soulseek. Soulseek was insane. I think Soulseek still exists, by the way. There's still a strong community. One of the few things. Yeah, I wasn't a fan of LimeWire. I thought LimeWire was just messy. I remember Kaza, which was also very messy. And then there were like the French ones like Emule. I think Emule was French. Maybe not. And like the eDonkey, like branching stuff. That was also very messy, but Emule was pretty good. I remember that being sort of clean. But yeah, Soulseek for music was top of the line in my opinion, because people were like the thing about Soulseek was the community. People were very intense about, you know, organizing their music and their collections very well. So you could like go on a user who you knew had, you could find like an album of a band you liked and then check the user who had it in its collection and then check that person's collection. And usually it was so organized in genres, years, even maybe like, you know, countries and like scenes and all that. And you could find some really interesting underground stuff that you wouldn't find otherwise, like local bands and small stuff like that. It was such an interesting world. Soulseek definitely helped me expand my musical horizons in a way that, you know, nothing else ever could. Yeah, I think it all like I think the two sides of the conversation there, Shepard and Snarko, are valid, right? Like it's like at some point there's so many streaming services right now. It's kind of hard to like you have those shows you want to watch, but they're on different platforms, and if you can afford them all, like let's say you have a lot of disposable income, then yeah, you just get a subscription to everything and you never have to worry, and it's very convenient, right? If you're a little bit more limited in your disposable income, and you know you maybe do a month here and you watch all the shows, and then you do a month there and you watch all the shows, but that's not super convenient because you have like a time limited sort of window to watch all those shows, and we know how life is. You don't, you can't necessarily. Yeah, exactly, Primus. Like it's we've gone full circle to basically having like separate channels and everyone working on their exclusive contracts, and at the end of the day, the goal is just to milk your audience as much as possible. That's just what it is. Yeah, now you have ads on your subscription services, which still blows my mind, but oh well. Yeah, what a world. I'm interested to see, that reminds me, I'm interested to see what the stuff at Xbox is gonna go. Everyone was worried about the new Xbox. Is she CEO? I don't remember exactly what her title is. But like that new lady president that joined Xbox, who comes from like AI tech companies, and everyone was worried that it was gonna, it was gonna be like a wave of AI stuff, more AI stuff implemented in Xbox and all that. Apparently, it's completely the other way around. Removed Copilot, lowered the prices of Game Pass and everything. It's apparently she's killing it so far, and everyone's like, oh my god, she's actually doing positive stuff for the consumers. Who would have seen that coming? So yeah, that's I'm curious to see what the long-term sort of scenario is going to play out, but so far apparently she's doing awesome. So yeah, that's the thing, right? Like, new person, new company. There was a little bit of bad press about Xbox after they raised the prices of Game Pass, and the Copilot thing wasn't, It could be just a ploy to get some positive publicity when you arrive, and then, the long-term plan just turns everything around and you get screwed even more. You always gotta wait a little bit, but so far, it's looking, like it's going in the right direction, so... Yeah, Philanor, I get, for me it's hard because like even a show that I really want to watch, like there were shows recently that I really want to watch. I still haven't finished watching Maid. I still haven't finished watching Rooster? I still haven't finished watching The Bear, which I'm like 2 seasons behind. So like, even when I'm super invested and I want to watch a show, suddenly something happens, life or whatever, and then I would get a subscription, I would watch for a week, and be on point, and then suddenly something happens, and then I waste the last 3 weeks, and then my sub runs out before I finish the show. It's, man, I hate it. I hate subscription models. It annoys me so much. I understand as a Twitch streamer, it's a little, ironic, considering most of my revenue comes from subscriptions. But, you know. Yeah, hopefully, Primus, hopefully it's not just something else, you know. But, yeah. I mean, at this point, I feel like we've been waiting for that bubble to burst for like over a year. Maybe it's just not going to. Who knows? Maybe it's here to stay. Oh well. Let's go back to a time before all of that stuff happened, when the AI was actual like characters in the video game, and evil Geth races, species, right? Let's go back to a time when video games were made with love and jank and questionable writing. Oh god, why am I here? That's because I was doing some testing yesterday. I was doing some testing with the cutscene. That was the save where we ended up on. And hopefully my testing pays off and the desync problem is not gonna happen anymore. So for you guys, it should look the same. For me, I can tell the frame rate's lower. There's no screen tearing. I'm pretty sure VSync is on. Yep. For you guys, it should look the same. Yes, Warren. I talked about that the other day. I am gonna play Mixtape in one sitting on my birthday. I feel like a trip down memory lane in the 90s on my birthday sounds like a good time. And we're gonna do it in one sitting. It might even be a stream that takes place on the weekend, because I think my birthday falls on a Saturday this year. We might do like a special, you know, special schedule just for it. I think I'm gonna have to sort of save like a 12-hour time period. I think I've read that the game's about 3 hours long, so I'm thinking 12 hours should be enough. But we'll see. I might try that. I'm not sure yet, but I might try to get a front page slot for that. That'd be nice. Surflux, thank you for the tier 1, 16 months. Appreciate you, Surflux. You will be remembered. Thank you.
Big place.
Big place indeed, Kaiden. Thank you for your input.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
I'm sorry, what? I'm sorry, what? Okay, that came out of left field. What?
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. Wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
Okay, well, fair enough. Can we go back to the animals and aliens thing?
This place is a little too perfect. Like they're hiding something. I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
Oh god. Oh god. Be honest, Ashley, are you a space racist? Hmm. Yeah, I thought she was fine. Now I'm getting shades of what's his name? Measurehead.
Sure is peaceful here. Big place.
Yeah, we'll have to keep an eye on that. Maybe I'm misunderstanding what she means. Maybe I'm just, you know, maybe I'm just misunderstanding what she means. Maybe she means something else. I'm gonna have to keep an eye on that going forward. All right, what was let's refresh our mission. You have to go to the Citadel Tower and the Presidium for an audience with the council. That's what we need to. All right, all right, all right. We had I think we had a bit of equipment to go through. Oh no, we were like sort of like trying to figure out what to turn into Omnigel. I mean, I have 3 hammers, so one of them can be turned to Omnigel, I'm pretty sure. Anything I have like 3 of, I can definitely get rid of a couple. The aliens' bodies betray their degeneracy. Yeah, I guess so. God, what a line! Jeez, what a way to start a day. I was not ready for this. We know the goal, now we can ignore the goal. Exactly, you get it. Oh, cool. Wait, can I hack this? What? Override using 25 Omnigel. Oh, you can pay Omnigel to force overriding. I'm gonna do it manually. That shit's easy as fuck. See? Alliance Patrol Report. Captain Hendrickson reported some unusual energy readings during a patrol of the Argos Row cluster. She had particular concerns about the Hydra system, was recalled before her team could investigate further. No patrols are scheduled for that sector. Do we want to send a recon team? Unusual energy readings, you say? Journal. Oh, did we get a side quest? Oh! Go to the Hydra system in the Argos Row cluster and investigate. Oh, let's go. Side quest. Love that. Can't wait to explore space. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Love a good side quest. Alright, let's get out of here. Ashley, you better behave. Okay? I don't want to hear no nonsense. We're about to interact with alien species. But crack protection? Hey, you gotta protect the cake.
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. Wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
Yeah, that's right. Stay on that. The goth, gloomy vibe. That sounds better than what you just said earlier.
I understand what you're saying, but these allegations are very serious. I can't just... This is serious. My reputation is at stake. I spoke with the consort in confidence, and her alone, and she betrayed that confidence. All right. I will look into it for you. In the meantime, do not do anything rash.
The White Wolf. Okay. Something about information leaking. What is that? That's how I sound whenever I get excited about something. Looks so rad. Cool. I mean, I was just I was just about to say that it looked a bit like a phasmid, right? Or maybe a cicada or something like. And then I'm thinking back to the fact that she said they look like animals, and I was like, okay, no, yeah, that's the thing, Shepard, right? That's what I maybe that's what she meant, right? They're to us humans, they sort of look like, you know, they remind us of animals. We love animals, right? It's not a bad thing necessarily. What's up, Cryptstick? I love animals. I wish humans reminded me more of cats or dogs. Din, Korlak, Kalin, and Zeltan. Alright, well, let's talk to Zeltan. He seemed to be concerned about something. Maybe we can help. Because I'm the main character, so obviously I'm gonna, you know. Go down the furry here. Okay, no, that's not what I meant. Listen, I totally respect everyone's thing. I personally, not a furry. Totally, you know, absolute respect for it. But that's not what I meant when I said I wish humans were more like cats and dogs. I mean personality-wise. Cats are very chill, and dogs are very loyal. Qualities that I find lacking in a lot of humans. Humans are the worst. Yes, we are legitimately one of the worst animals ever. Never trust a cat? I don't know. My cats have always been pretty chill. I know cats can be a little, you know, sometimes they can be a little bit what's the word? I don't know. I'm not finding the word I'm looking for. Asshole-ish, yeah. Maybe so. But I've always had pretty chill cats. Very friendly. They have a bit of an edge, right? Which I don't mind. Yeah, red shirt. See, there you go. Alright, let's see what Zeltan's issue is. I'm the main character, I want to solve everyone's problem. That's what you do in RPGs, right?
Hello there, human. Sincere apology, but I am here on business and cannot be distracted right now.
Okay, listen. There is an argument for me to just say, right, goodbye. Okay, I'm not gonna disturb you. I'm leaving you with your own issues. But, you know, main character syndrome. I have to see if I can help. What's wrong?
You seem distressed. Is there something I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you? This is all going so wrong, and it is the Asari consort's fault. She's the one who started all this.
Alarmed response. Is he giving me the scene annotations for his own dialogues? What happened?
What did this Asari do to get you so upset?
I cannot speak more about this problem. It is too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
I'm not getting a lot of information right now. Where is she?
Where can I find the Sasari consort?
She is across the bridge from here. Her offices are easy enough to spot. Good day, human.
Hold on, I need to language. Yeah, I was trying to. I wasn't sure, 100% sure about the proper definition of consort. My understanding, you know, I know like a consort, like a queen consort or a king consort, right? Is the spouse of the ruler. Not sure in this scenario if that's what it means, or if it's something else. Maybe a diplomacy thing, right? Oh Jesus! Nope. I'm not. I don't want to shoot anyone. I don't want to shoot anyone. It's very scary that I just pull my weapons with a single click. It's a redacted. Yeah, no, we don't want to give Ashley any reasons to go hunting. She's not even looking at them. Look at that.
Strange greeting, human. This is really not a good time.
I wonder. Okay, I'm gonna go What's Wrong again and see if we can
You seem distressed.
get
Is
more
there something
information.
I can do to help?
Alarmed response. You overheard that, did you?
Okay, so this is very
This is
like
all
old school
going so
RPG where you can go
And it is
over the dialogue
Asari
again and maybe
consorts.
pick the other option to get more
She's the
information.
one who started all this.
That's interesting. A lot of modern games avoid that now for sort of a better flow. That feels very old school. I don't mind it.
Who's this Asari consort?
Curious, you have not heard. You must be new to the Citadel. Everyone knows Sha'ira, the consort. I cannot speak more about this problem. It is
Shahira.
too sensitive. Suffice it to say, she has compromised my authority as a diplomat.
Yeah, I understand.
Good luck with your problem.
Thanks to you, human. Good day.
What will help? Like, I love that. Okay, good luck with your problems. Looks like we're not interested to help. We're gonna help. We're gonna see if we can find that consort, Shahira. Okay, it's not a side quest. At least not one that's in the journal right now. What's this guy about? Kalin.
Pleased greeting. Human, it is always good to see your kind. I am Ambassador Kalen. Genuine query. Is there something I can do for you this
That
day?
is so funny, the way they're prefacing what they say with the... It's like a verbal emoji. You know, on the internet you use emojis to help with tone a little bit. They're literally spelling it out. Because their voice, their tone is so monotone, right? There's not a lot of emotions in their voice. It feels like they're using that as a way to sort of help you understand what they're, you know, the social conversation. They're doing it for you, humans, because we're too stupid to understand their advanced speech or whatever. It's pretty interesting. Investigate. Your speech. Oh, we can actually question that. Interesting.
Why do you explain what you're about to say?
Our people communicate less through words and more through scent and slight movements. Plainly, we discovered our vocal expression was not enough to convey the feelings of our conversations to other species.
Why do you bother, Kalen? These Earth Clan don't really care about our ways.
Remorseful response, Din.
Wow.
I don't truly believe that, and if you do, I am very sorry for you.
Maybe we need to let Ashley talk with that little nerd. I feel like they would have conversations to have. So interesting, scent and small like movement and all that. But they realized that wasn't enough for other species, so they're adding tone indicators. Interesting. That's pretty cool. It's unfortunate because they have a great voice, right? That sort of deep, you know, very, very deep voice. I like that. Elcor.
Tell me more about your species.
Genuine enthusiasm. I delight in telling the history of my people. It is agreeable to share our culture with others.
Oh, this is cool. I like that. History. Alright, strap in, guys. Get yourself a nice little cup of tea or whatever, you know, hot cocoa or whatever. We're about to go in for a lore dive. If we can do that with every species in this world, you bet I will. I want to learn as much as I can about all of these species. Seems really fun.
Tell me about the history and origins of the Elcor.
The Elcor were just beginning to explore Council space when the Asari first made contact with us.
Okay.
With their help, we discovered the relay closest to our system, and from there the Citadel. Proudly, within one lifetime we established a regular route to the Citadel, and quickly became one of the more active species living on this great station.
Okay, I'm not gonna lie. I was expecting something a little more substantial. That's like 2 lines to summarize the entire history of the species. I get it. I understand. Like, what? Imagine an alien race asking you the history of humans. Like, how do you even begin? It's not an easy question. We used to live in caves, and then we discovered agriculture, and we all got fat and greedy, and now money rules the world? Question mark? You just did a tone indicator yourself? I may have, yeah. Baseball, root beer, darts, and atom bombs? I feel like that's a very small fringe of humans that will identify with at least 3 of these. Our lust for murdering each other has fueled our technological progress. That's a good summary for mankind, that's true. Alright, let's investigate. Wait. History, investigate, culture. So those are more questions, right? Oh, okay. We're still on the Elcor sub-tree. I wish those trees were organized slightly differently. I understand sort of how it works, right? Like, investigate, and then you get into a topic, and then you have, like, questions about the topic. I wish it was presented differently. I'm really not a fan of that wheel. I know I'm gonna have to deal with it, and I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's okay, but I think it makes it a little bit confusing sometimes to know when you're advancing the conversation or when you're like going deeper on a topic, and I feel like I'm gonna make mistakes because of that along the way. Like, I'm gonna, while trying to maybe learn more about something, I'm gonna accidentally like lock myself out of conversations. We'll see. We'll see. Culture.
I'd like to know more about the culture of the Elcor.
Frankly, we Elcor prefer the safety and familiarity of our own colonies to the confines of space travel. Our society is built on small, tight-knit groups, though we are always welcoming to outsiders.
Aw.
Our government tends to be very stable. Our people are not very comfortable with sudden changes.
These are my people! I just realized! They're homebodies, they like being home, you know? Their government is stable, they like fence sitting, you know? Love them! I love the Elcor. Already my favorite race in the game, instantly. Although it's only the first one well, not really the first one, we met the Turians, but yeah, no, they're great. Love them. What's up, Maxos? Recently started Dragon Age Inquisition. Instantly aware of the Bioware will conversation. Yeah. Yeah. Not the best conversational mechanic in a video game, I will say. But we'll deal with it. Yeah, I love the Elcors. They're so sweet. Always welcoming of outsiders. Beautiful. Ambassador.
What do you do here?
Modestly, I work to bring the problems and the requests of the Elcor groups to the attention of the Council.
Ha! They only give us these positions to keep us quiet. The Council doesn't care about our races.
Chastising rebuke. Your tone is inappropriate, Din. This human is not to blame for your malcontent or your misconceived suspicions.
I love the way he speaks. I love the vocabulary. Malcontent or misconceived suspicions. Chastising rebuke. Man, love the Elcors. Beautiful. That little Darth Vader nerd it seems to be quite anti-government, which I don't know. I'm interested to learn more about him. Is he gonna cross the line into like he's a, you know? Yeah, he has the breathing thing. Little Darth Vader nerd. It's a bullvine. It's going, it's going. I don't know, it could go both ways. You know, there's like righteous resistance to like the government, and the council seems to be a little shady, right? They seem to be a questionable, you know, keeping the power for only a couple of races and everyone else is sort of like second-rate citizens. I could see that being a possible problem. But it could also be, you know, maybe rebelling for the wrong reasons or being needlessly confrontational. We'll see. We'll see which side he falls on. Alright, I think that's it. I think we've talked to the Elcor. I should go.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Sincere farewell.
Ooh!
Good day to you, human.
Okay,
Enjoy your time on the Citadel.
listen, any game that allows you to level up through conversation and discovering lore gets a plus in my book. You get extra points in my, you know, internal evaluation if you allow me to level up through conversation and lore. That's wonderful. Love that. Something that's missing from a lot of, you know, more modern RPGs. Some of them still use that sort of old school way, but in a lot of more modern RPGs, you need combat or quests to do anything, right? This is just conversation. Love it. 6 points again. Oh my god. I don't know if this is gonna open up more. I mean, it could be just 3, but in which case, like, that's crazy that we were able to max that out immediately. I have a feeling that maybe it's gonna open up more. It's just gating some of the progress for now. So there's an argument for me to maybe keep points for later. But I would love to unlock fitness. Because immunity sounds busted. I would also like to upgrade heavy armor. Heavy armor eventually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I could wait. There's no way, right? Oh yeah, no, okay. You can go hard on that stuff. Wait, can I not? I can't click on this one. Is it maybe it takes several points? Oh, it's dark. Oh, okay. So some of that stuff's gonna unlock later, I think. Wait. God, I hate that thing. The fact that this button stays there and you can't, you have to like sort of, okay, this is darkened, so you can't do it now. Okay, some stuff is definitely gated by levels, I think. But it doesn't really say anything, so I guess we'll have to understand as we go. What's up, Chipmunk? Yeah, Maxos, yeah. I remember the first Dragon Age. I liked it pretty well back in the day. I don't remember much about the game because it's been, 15 years or so, but I remember having a good time with it. And then I didn't play 2, and I tried to play Inquisition. Inquisition's the open... No, wait, what's the open world one? Like the first open world one that came out in like 2013 or something. 2013, 2014. Was that Inquisition? Inquisition, okay. I did not like it very much. I remember trying to play it back in the day, and it just... I don't know. I bounced off of it very, very fast. But hopefully your experience is better, Maxos. What's the more recent one then? Dragon Age... something? There's a subtitle, right? There's a new one that came out. Veilguard, that's the one. Yes, yes, yes. I haven't played it. It looked alright, I think. It came out around the same time as that other... what was the other game? Avowed, I think. So like there was a bunch of RPGs that all came out around the same time. And they all had that sort of strange pastel color, palette that I'm not a big fan of. With like pale pinks and pale greens, and I'm not a huge fan of that color scheme. Everyone hated Veilguard's writing. I don't know. I haven't played it or anything, so I haven't even seen much of it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know if I want to keep points, if I want to push, because I really want to be able to put points in Charm and Intimidate as soon as possible. Although the game seems extremely generous with points anyway, so maybe I don't have to worry too much. What I'm gonna do, however, is I'm gonna auto level up Ashley and Kaiden. Because that's what we do with our teammates. We auto level them up. We let them be their own people. Hell yeah. Got a first aid. Very nice. Dragon Age never found its personality as a franchise for completely different games. Yeah, that was sort of my feeling just with Inquisition. Again, I've never played 2 and I've never played Veilguard, but the first one had this like really cool dark fantasy sort of vibe to it. And Inquisition felt very much, you know, I don't know, like super whimsical, modern, like sort of high fantasy type thing, which really wasn't what I was looking for. Yeah, the first one was really cool. I really remember enjoying the dark fantasy vibe. Restores 30% of your shield per second. I kind of like that. I like the idea of better shields. So I think I'm gonna go there. I like being tanky-ish. I think having more damage is nice too, but Adrenaline Burst sounds great. We're gonna put a point in that. Ugh, I hate this. Inquisition had great writing. Yeah, I haven't played it enough to, I guess, get a sense for that. It's just the overall tone felt quite different than the first game and what I was sort of hoping for, I guess. But again, I haven't played enough of it. So I could unlock fitness and start working on that. I think immunity sounds awesome. Although I would really love to work towards heavy armor as well. And I probably need some... because the accuracy is what I'm most interested in when it comes to weapons. The assault rifle's accuracy is just pathetic right now. I feel like I need to work on that. Because I do like assault rifles very much. Yeah, so maybe let's put a point in assault rifle, put a point in pistols potentially. I do want to like have a good widespread leveling of my weapons. Yeah, my priority is going to be to boost charm and intimidate as soon as I can. It feels like soldiers more like general reinforcement, which we might not want to push too hard. Yeah, I'm gonna go with that, I think. Yeah, that sounds good. Seems good. Sort of all over the place, my stats, but that's kind of how I like building my characters in games like that. Sort of just a, you know, jack of all trade kind of thing. I think Anthem, honestly, Anthem had such an interesting aesthetic and everything. I don't know. I don't know if I thought the game was gonna do better, because I had some suspicions. I think there were some suspicions before the game even came out that you know, that it wasn't gonna be a hit as much as probably EA wanted. But yeah, there were like, I remember seeing like the movement and stuff like that looked really fucking rad. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know much about Andromeda. I only know that people didn't like it as much, I think. There were a lot of issues on release, if I remember correctly. Like even technical issues and all that. I don't know. Non-council races. Let's see.
The Elcor are a citadel species native to the high-gravity world Dakuna. They are massive creatures, standing on 4 muscular legs for increased stability. Elcor move slowly, an evolved response to an environment where a fall can be lethal. This has colored their psychology, making them deliberate and conservative.
Love that.
Elcor's speech is ponderous and monotone. Among themselves, scent, slight movements, and subvocalized infrasound convey shades of meaning that make a human smile seem as subtle as a fireworks display. Since their subtlety can lead to misunderstandings with other species, the Elcor often go out of their way to clarify when they are being sarcastic, amused, or angry. Dakuna's high gravity impedes mountain formation. Most of the world consists of flat, open plains, which prehistoric Elcor wandered across in small family bands. Modern Elcor still prefer open sky, and can become restless and uncomfortable on long starship journeys.
Love the Elcors. What an amazing design for a species. Also, they look buff as hell. I feel like if an Elcor gets mad at you, he's gonna rip your head off. They have that sort of like quiet strength to them. All right. Like look at those arms, man. I don't want to. Literally, their arms are bigger than I am. Andromeda is a good game if you don't expect Mass Effect 4. I don't know. Yeah, maybe. I wonder if I'll have the desire to play Andromeda when I'm done with this. Maybe. We'll see. We'll see. All right, let's see what little Darth Vader nerd has to say.
EarthClan, you are in the wrong place, I think. Your ambassador is next door in the large office.
Chastising remark. Don't be so rude, Din. At least introduce yourself.
I am Din Korlak, Volus ambassador. Is there something I can do for you, EarthClan?
I don't think he likes people very much. Which, I don't know, that seems like a weird trait for an ambassador. It doesn't... I mean, it doesn't seem like it reflects on his species very well. Also, can we talk about the fact that Din Korlak is written in 2 different ways? Hold on, can you see my cursor? No, you can't. Why? That's so weird. Right now I have a cursor, a Mass Effect styled cursor on my screen, and you guys can't see it, which I think is wild. But yeah, there's the Din Korlak with a C, and then Din Korlak without a C. I wonder which one's the real one. I assume it's the one in front of the subtitle, because that's the one that's coming every time. How was that never fixed? I don't know. EarthClan. Alright, let's investigate. Why so cranky? Oh, I'm going for that right away. Why are you so cranky?
You seem to have a bit of a chip on your shoulder, Din.
You humans are new to the Citadel, and yet the Council has granted you great favor.
Chastising rebuke, Din. Your species has always been granted many concessions. Volus territory has expanded tenfold since coming to the Citadel.
Details. We still have no real say in the decisions that affect Citadel space.
Well, neither have we, apparently, from the low-life scene so far. My ambassador got, you know, literally ignored by the Council when bringing up potential large political implications with Saren and the Geth and all that. Don't blame me for your problems, Volus or Din, ambassador of the Volus. All right, tell me more.
What is this place?
You are in the embassy for the Volus and the Elcor.
Your ambassador is next door, in his own office.
In this shared space, I aid my fellow Volus when I'm not being interrupted.
Okay, I understand that it looks like we already, as humans, have our own office, and he has to share space with another. I understand what this looks like, but still, I don't think it's our fault. I love how every part of that sentence is like, you can tell the resentment in this shared space, you know, the way he says it. It's so funny. I love the relationship both of them seem to have. It's very funny. With Din being a little rude and Colin trying to sort of like moderate the conversation. Alright, tell me more about the Voluses. Voluses?
I'd like to know more about the Volus.
The Volus.
I'm sure our history and culture would bore you, Earth Clan.
Well, try me.
Actually, I would like to know more about your history.
My people came to the Citadel shortly after the Asari and Solarians had discovered it. We were instrumental in establishing a standardized galactic economy. However, despite our long association with the Citadel and our many contributions to galactic society, we still do not hold a seat on the Council.
See, that wasn't boring at all. So they helped with the economical aspects of things, which seems pretty fucking important. Interesting. I assume that means their race has a strong economy and all that. Like they're good. They're the oh my god, they're the Swiss of this world. Just occurred to me. Tell me more about your culture.
Tell me about Volus culture.
We are tribal by nature, but our ways are not violent. We barter and trade our lands and tribe members in order to increase status. Larger tribes often engulf smaller ones and eventually split again. Our society is very malleable, and our government is always shifting and changing. Since we're not physically adept, we trade our services for protection.
Well, okay, listen, the whole tribal thing and trading tribe members, that seems a little, you know, so a little more primitive than than Swiss culture. But the idea of like we're not physically adept, you know, like as Swiss people, our military is not that strong, and we have to sort of be the neutral, economically driven state in the middle of Europe, and everyone else protects us basically. That feels relatable as a Swiss person. Yeah, they're very business-like. I think I like this, like the tribal. I like the sort of like the idea that it started as tribal trading and bartering and all that, and then as they become like a spacefaring species, you know, obviously they had very strong. A very strong base for being a strong economical species. I think that's pretty cool. I like it. I like it. Again, like the so far the world building has been delicious. Like I love learning more about the species and all that. I hope to see a lot more of that. Ambassador.
What is it you do here?
I look out for the best interests of the Volus people. No easy task considering how often we are overlooked by the Council.
Chastising rebuke, Dan. The Council favors your species greatly.
You are naive. The Earth Clan will be invited to the
Wow.
Council long before our species will.
The use of the umlaut there is very surprising. You don't see that very often in modern English writing, right? Someone was feeling, you know, spicy on that day in the writing room. Earth Clan would be invited to the council long before our species will. Well, we'll see. We'll see. Council admittance.
Why aren't the Volus or Elcor part of the council?
All species must prove themselves before they join the Council. All but the Earth Clans, it would seem.
Okay. All right.
Dismissive. Ignore the Volus ambassador, human. He is incorrect in his assessment.
Really? How long have we been waiting? How long do you think we'll continue to wait? Bah, this talk is wasted on the humans.
Listen, I understand that Din seems a little confrontational and he's a bit heated about the whole situation. I have a feeling he has a little bit of a point though. I mean, we'll see, but you know, the game has established that humans were raising through the sort of council space pretty fast, right? We're the brand new newcomers, and we have one person, me, that's submitted to Spectre, and we already have our own embassy room, and I don't know, maybe Din's concerns are not completely unwarranted, is what I'm trying to say. But he also seems to be taking it out on the, you know, it's not our fault, I guess. We're just trying to do the best for us, you know? But I don't think it's a great trait for an ambassador to be so emotional about the whole thing. Feels like it's going to be detrimental.
Goodbye, Ambassador.
Yes, yes. Good day, Earth Clan.
I love how annoying it is. What a cool design for a race, though. Almost looks like a big... Isn't there an animal that has like things like that, like flaps on the sides? I'm sorry, I know I keep comparing them to animals, which is what I said we weren't gonna do with Ashley, but...
This place is a little too perfect. Like they're hiding something.
No, not orangutans. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm thinking of a walrus or something, but like the, you know, little flaps there. I don't know. It's a cool design. I mean, it's a mask, obviously. I mean, I think at least. I think it's just a mask and everything, especially with the breathing. I don't know. I don't know what's going on. Maybe, maybe they're not really good at breathing normal air. Do we have more Codex stuff? Yes, the Volus.
The Volus are a member species of the Citadel with their own embassy, but they are also a client race of the Turians. Centuries ago, they were voluntarily absorbed into the hierarchy, effectively trading their mercantile prowess for Turian military protection. Erun, their homeworld, lies far beyond the normal life zone of its star. However, the world has a high-pressure greenhouse atmosphere that traps enough heat to support an ammonia-based biochemistry. As a result, the Volus must wear pressure suits and breathers when dealing with other species, as conventional nitrogen-oxygen air mixtures are poisonous to them.
So
and
cool.
in the low-pressure atmospheres tolerable to most species, their flesh will actually split open. Volus culture is tribal, bartering lands and even people to gain status. This culture of exchange inclines them to economic pursuits. It was the Volus who authored the Unified Banking Act, and they continue to monitor and balance the Citadel economy.
Really cool. I like them. I like the overall sort of design. The low pressure atmospheres, their flesh would split open. That sounds. I don't want to know what happened when they first discovered that. Yeah, exactly, Clipturn. Like the first discovery of that must have been a bad time. Yeah. They're capitalists. Well, someone has to. Okay, I guess. Maybe not, but whoops, Stevie is dead. Oh. Womp womp. From now on, pressured suits only. Alright, I'm sad I can't talk to that little nerd. I want to know more about the... Okay, that was really cool. We've been playing for an hour and we've made it one room. Nope, that is not what I wanted to do. I cannot zoom out further. That's annoying. Good pace. Well, I'm glad you think so. Oh, can't go there. Voodoo. Okay. Embassy receptionist? Avina?
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
Oh, we found Cortana. We found Cortana. Let me talk to the receptionist first. Hello.
Good day, Commander. The human ambassador is up the stairs, first room on the right.
I don't know why everyone wants to send me back to the embassy. That's where I'm coming from. She probably knows. She probably saw us come in. Anyway. Commander?
You know who I am?
Yes, I receive reports on all newly arrived dignitaries and notable people.
Is her hair tentacles? Hold on. Is this a Medusa type situation? No, wait, Medusa is snakes, right? Like the hair is snakes. Hmm. Location.
What is this place?
This is the Presidium. More specifically, you are at the Citadel embassies. If you have more questions, please access Savina.
Wow, that's bureaucracy in the Citadel? There is a receptionist, and as soon as you ask questions, it's like, yeah, you can just ask the AI over there. What a world. What's up, Tropoflight? How are you doing? I think you'll find that actually your tentacles are hair. So, fair enough. Okay, now it begs the question. Can the hair tentacles on her head move? Okay, you know what? Forget that I asked. Let's not go there. Avina, question mark?
What's that?
Oh, Avina is the virtual guide for the Citadel. Feel free to access the terminal yourself.
Mm-hmm. Personal question. Can your tentacles move?
What's your name? What do you do here?
My name is Saphiria. I'm the administrative assistant for the embassies.
That's a really cool name. Saphiria? What a beautiful name. Busy? Question mark. Am I asking her out on a date? Like, what's going on here? Are you busy? When are you off work?
You seem to be distracted.
Oh.
The embassies are the hub of all Citadel politics. When you represent trillions of citizens, it tends to get a little busy.
Well, I mean, listen, there was no one waiting at your desk, and you immediately sent me to a fucking virtual guide, so I don't know. You don't seem that busy to me, but
I should be going now.
Have a pleasant day.
yeah. I'm assuming she's just answering emails all day. Yeah, hold on. I'm sorry. Avina? No, not Avina. Saphiria? Avina's the thing. I need to. Yeah, that is very strange. What a unique design. She has a meeting on Teams. Yeah, maybe so. How are you today, Naz? Go! So cool. Alright, let's see.
Welcome to the Presidium. Allow me to be your guide.
1 second. I will talk to you, Avina. So rad. There's a Turian there. Who's looking at me weird? Are you a spy? I'm suspicious of all Turians now. I don't know. It's kind of like looking, you know, trying to be casual. That's racist. At least I didn't say they look like animals. Profiling? Okay. We've had a bad experience. We have to, you know, we have to be on our toes. We're very important people. We have a meeting with the council. Still trying to figure it out. Oh, you mean, is that the answer to how are you doing today? I don't know if you're delayed or anything, but... Shook his head no, albeit slowly. Alright, let's see what Avina has to say.
Greetings and welcome to the Presidium. My name is Avina, and I am pleased to be your virtual guide throughout this level of the Citadel space station.
Are you real? I don't think you can ask people if they're real, but... I mean, she's not people, right? She's just an AI, but... Let's go for it.
So are you a person or a program?
I am a fully interactive virtual intelligence, programmed to provide spontaneous guidance at predetermined locations of interest throughout this level of the Citadel. I may also be contacted through any of the Presidium VI terminals, should you require assistance.
Okay, fair enough. Sounds interesting.
Give me the tour.
You are standing at Presidium Tourism
Nice.
Terminal 1. On either side of this lobby are the embassies of the various Citadel races, along with CSEC headquarters. On the far end of this level, you can see the Citadel Tower, where the Council meets regularly to discuss matters of interstellar importance.
The Citadel Tower, where the Council meets regularly to discuss matters of interstellar importance. Kimi DNC and Raiders. Welcome in, everybody. Cowboy Justin. Burp Haze. Hello, hello. How are you on this beautiful day, Kimi DNC? How was your stream? What were you doing? So many questions. Were you playing Mass Effect? Playing Cyberpunk for the first time? Hell yeah. I played Cyberpunk, was it 2 years ago at this point? And I was very surprised. Obviously I had heard about, you know, when the game released, that there were a lot of issues, and I typically struggle sometimes a little bit with open world games. because I tend to get lost in the sauce and there's so much to do, and then I tend to burn out before the end of before I get to the end of the game. Cyberpunk was not like that. Cyberpunk was so much fun all the way through. I played for like 350 hours, I think, and my first playthrough, and I not a single minute of boredom, and it was wonderful. How are you enjoying it so far? I obeyed the laws while driving in Cyberpunk. Hey, you got to. Someone has to. I was driving at the speed limit. I was, you know, I was stopping at red lights. You do not obey the law? I don't think most people do. That's just a me thing. I'm very much about, you know, hardcore immersion in video games, so I tend to be, you know, I'm the kind of person who will RP walk in the games that I'm playing. I often am running from the law. Yeah, no, that checks out. Yeah, I'm glad you're enjoying it though. What a game! I'm gonna have to hold on. Can I do that from here? Otherwise, I'll have to check your stream after the show. But can I follow from here? Yes, I can. Beautiful. And I'm gonna have to come and check out your Cyberpunk playthrough. I was actually, it's funny because I was mentioning 2 days ago that I was thinking about Cyberpunk a lot in the past couple weeks. I saw some videos on YouTube of like people doing some crazy stuff in that game, like assassination missions with like absolutely crazy builds where you barely can, you know, figure out what they're doing because they're so fast. And it reminded me of my own personal way of playing the game, which was very different, and how much freedom that game allows in terms of how you want to play it and how you engage with the content. It's what an impressive video game it turned out to be. If you walk on the street, you are not safe from my driving. That sounds like a lot of fun to watch. I will say that. What origin did you pick? Is this the first? So technically, no, but virtually yes. Let me explain. I've played this game back when it released, but this was almost 20 years ago. I basically remember nothing about it. And I didn't have the DLCs because I don't think they were out, or I didn't buy them back in the day, so there's going to be plenty of new content too. But yeah, the comparison I always make is, if this was Star Wars, I remember there's an empire. Right? I sort of remember like the big sort of overarching, oh, there's a big galactic threat. That's how much I remember about the story of Mass Effect. I don't remember any of the characters. I don't remember any of the like plots, like moment to moment plot or anything. And I don't remember any of the details for sure. So it very much feels like I'm playing it for the first time. It's a very good time. So we're treating it as a first playthrough because for all intents and purposes, is that the expression? I'm not even sure. It is. God bless my bad memory of the late 2000s and for all intents and purposes. Thank you. God bless my bad memory of the late 2000s and early 2010s when I was sleeping 2 hours a night and I was studying and working all the time and basically not remembering anything I was doing. Street Kid. The beginning with Jackie was really fast. Yeah. I haven't seen the Street Kid start or the Corpo start. I've only seen the Nomad, which is what I picked. Very happy with it. I like the idea of the Nomad, you know, coming from outside the city, and it felt very immersive for me. There's a political systems and bad guys in space, maybe. Yeah, that's about it. And I remember like a few of the characters' names. I remember Garrus by name and Rex, mostly because of the meme videos about Shepard and Rex calling each other by their name over and over. But yeah, no, it's been a blast so far. I've mostly been learning lore. I mean, this is day 3, and we just arrived at the Citadel. So, as you can tell, I'm not going through the game very fast. How did you end up raiding here? I don't think we're familiar. I don't think I've seen your channel before, and I don't believe you've been here before. But did you just randomly raid a Mass Effect stream? Was that the plan? I'm just curious how you ended up here. CSEC, Embassies, Spectres, Citadel Council. I do want to learn more about all of it. CSEC.
I want to know more about Citadel security.
Citadel security serves as law enforcement for all regions of the Citadel, though the majority of officers serve in the wards. Executor Palin, a Turian, is the current head of CSEC, but individuals from virtually every species across Citadel space serve as officers beneath him. If you wish to learn more, Executor Palin's office is located in the CSEC headquarters just across the lobby.
Interesting. So the Turians seem to be leading Citadel security, which makes sense, as they seem to be a bit of a fighting species, right? Probably good with weapons and all that. Executor Palins. Alright, embassies.
Tell me about the embassies.
Each species in Citadel space important enough to be consulted on matters of galactic politics maintains an embassy on the Presidium. The Volus were the first non-council species to be granted an embassy, roughly 2,384 galactic standard years ago. As Citadel space has expanded, more embassies have been added. The most recently added embassy belongs to your own species, humanity. It was added 19 galactic standard years ago, despite some rather vocal opposition.
Okay. It seems weird that the Volus little guy, Din, was complaining about our inclusion to the embassies and all that. They were the first ones to be added. How much, that's a big privilege. Feels weird for him to, well, although the complaining could be coming from another place then. He's like, we worked to get this, and then everyone's gets it given to them, quote unquote, for free, right? And they still have a seat at the council. Well, sure. No, I mean, again, like I said earlier, I feel like even though Din's a little bit of a cantankerous fucker, I think he has a point. He seems to have a point. Why was humanity opposed?
Why were people trying to keep my species out?
Some species felt humanity was given preferential treatment. It often takes a century or more before a new species is granted an embassy. The Council gave a great deal of thought to this matter. In the end, they decided humanity's impact on Citadel space was significant enough to warrant an embassy.
What do you think? Wait. Why am I asking a virtual intelligence? This has a very strong hat, grok, is this true type energy to it, and I'm not sure I'm here for it, but let's try.
Do you agree with their decision?
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
See? That's how it should work. I think modern language models could learn from this. Why were the Volus first?
How come the Volus were the first species given an embassy?
In the early years following the formation of the Council, the Volus were, apart from the Asari and Solarians, the most populous and widespread species in Citadel space. They established many new colonies and trading outposts, and they petitioned the Council for a greater role in determining interstellar policy. In recognition of their work to expand interstellar trade and establish a standardized galactic economy, the Volus were granted an embassy here on the Citadel.
Just an embassy?
Why weren't they made a council race?
The Council races have extensive responsibilities. They must provide personnel and ships for the Citadel fleets. They often provide economic aid in times of disaster. It would be unfair to demand such an enormous burden of a species unable to meet these obligations. The embassies allow lesser species to have a voice on the Citadel.
Oh, no. I love how matter-of-fact it's presented in a very matter-of-fact-ish way. But, you know, you can see the dystopian nonsense underlying this whole thing. Especially like the phrasing of it would be unfair, right, to put a burden on lesser species. Which I love that this comes after Avina said herself, you know, I'm not programmed to have an opinion. But obviously you can tell that the council's word is definitely being carried by the phrasing there. That's true, Nasrallah. Yeah. How are you gonna drive engagement without, you know? How am I gonna have an opinion on Twitter if Grok doesn't tell me what to think, right? Lesser species, question mark. Oh boy. I hope Ashley has nothing to say about this.
That's pretty damn arrogant.
I apologize if my personality has offended you. Please submit all formal complaints in writing to the Citadel Tourist and Visitor Board.
Oh, that is so funny. I think my reaction was a little stronger than what I anticipated. I was just like, I wanted to question the lesser species thing. I didn't want to sound offended by it. That was embassies, right? Yeah. Wait, was it? No,
Tell me about the embassy.
I just want to make sure.
Each species in Citadel space important enough to... The Volus.
Yeah.
The most recently added embassy belongs to your own species, humanity. It was added 19 galactic standard years ago, despite some rather vocal
Let's
opposition.
ask about the specters.
Do you know anything about specters?
The term Spectre is derived from the branch of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Each Spectre agent is handpicked by the Council. Their primary role is preserving galactic stability and resolving volatile situations that cannot be handled through normal political channels. In this role, they are granted extraterritorial rights and jurisdictions. Spectres answer to no law or authority except the Council itself.
All right. I would love to be a Spectre. That'd be great. Can do whatever I want. Citadel Council, let's go.
What can you tell me about the Citadel Council?
Originally, the Council consisted of representatives from the Asari and Solarians, the two dominant species in Citadel space. Roughly 1,304 galactic standard years ago, Turians were invited to join the Council in recognition of the role they played during the Krogan Rebellion. Since then, the three Council races have worked together to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the galactic community, while preserving individual autonomy for each species.
Okay, so the Krogan rebellions is what led to the Turians joining the Asari and the Solari. Sounds too perfect. I don't know if it does, but I'm curious to know what that's gonna. Yes, Spectre, Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Good name. I like it. I mean, it just feels, I don't know, it feels like in real life, an organization like Spectre would probably not be publicly recognized, maybe? It would happen in the, you know, in sort of the underground, and most people wouldn't know about it. I'm sure, well, I don't know, special forces, like... I mean, I don't know, it's sort of like, I'm thinking about the idea that you don't want people to know you have spies. You know they exist, but you don't want people to know about them. So it feels like them giving information about it so freely seems a little counterproductive, but... I don't know. Yo, Emmy, thank you for the raid. How was... Don't tell me. I know what you were playing. You were playing... Hellblade. Were you still playing Hellblade today? You were playing Hellblade yesterday, at least. What's up, Prometheus? Carrot King. Legends. Finished it today? Nice. That was Hellblade 2, right? I feel like I remember you really liking the first one. Yeah, I wish I liked Hellblade more than I did. First one really didn't do it for me, unfortunately. The one that you just finished, yeah. How did you like it compared to the first one, I guess? Yeah, probably White Wolf, right? The ones you know about are a diversion for the ones you don't. Maybe it's the same here, we'll see. Work together to ensure the peaceful coexistence of the galactic community while preserving individual autonomy for each species. Sounds too perfect. Actually, it does sound too perfect. Sounds like what a government would say. Not sure this game needed to be a series, but I like the story. Okay, that seems fair.
It can't be as simple as that. There must be problems somewhere in the system.
I am not programmed to make that kind of qualified judgment. My code is limited to information and simple interaction simulations.
It's so funny because clearly everything that Avina says is colored by what the council wants you to, you know, the opinion the council wants you to have. But every time you question it, no, I'm not programmed to have any opinion, right? I'm not programmed to have any kind of judgment. I love it's so well written. I like it. All right, enjoy the food, Zemi. Thanks again for the raid. All right, I'm gonna log off.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
Goodbye, and thank you for using Avina. Please enjoy your visit to the Citadel.
I will, I'm sure. Very cool. Okay, CSEC. Citadel Tower. To CSEC Academy. The elevator to CSEC Academy is located down the ramp to your left. The Alliance docking bay can be found there. Oh my god, what is this? Like actual direction? In a video game? Like the game literally tells you where to go and how to get there? What happened to having a marker on my HUD and a line on the ground that leads me there? Where's my yellow paint? The Citadel Tower is the tall white structure far off to your right. It houses the council and is the heart of the Citadel politics. Citadel. Oh, use Citadel rapid transit to travel quickly between major locations. As you explore the Citadel, more location will unlock. Oh, fast travel. Nice. I like that they made it a little immersive thing with a little ship, right? It's not just, hey, you can fast travel. No, there's a whole thing. Very cool. To the financial district. Oh my god, this place is huge. Oh, we're so fucked. This is gonna take ages. Oh, you can see the cars. I didn't notice that until now. So rad. Okay. Where do we want to go first? I kind of want to investigate that consort situation for our buddy, what's his name? Consort chambers are here. So I need to cross the bridge. Okay. I think I'm going to do that. That's going to be my first order of business. Oh, what is that? Citadel Tower is a tall, white structure. Yeah, okay. And that's seasick. Okay, cool. Beautiful, Rob. Yeah, no, it looks... for a game that's 20 years old, it looks pretty good. Obviously remastered, but, you know. Good-looking game. To Financial District. The Presidium Financial District is found across this bridge. Here you will find the Emporium, the bank, and the consort chambers. What's up, Credo? Hispanic gentleman? I think so a little bit, which I think means I did a good job at making it look like myself, because a lot of people have said... So a lot of people think I'm Spanish when I meet them for the first time. I'm not Spanish, but a lot of people think I am. So I think I did a pretty good job at making my character. And unfortunately, yes, Kaiser, this is this is the best we could get. I wish we could have a better, bigger stash. The character would look literally like me if the stash was bigger, but we need mods. Yeah. It's one of the rare times where I'm like, if there's a mod to get a thick, big stash, you know, I would be tempted to install it, but. Man, this place is huge. They've done a really good job at making this feel like, you know, there's a sense of place here that's pretty well made. The water looks neat. Yeah, I don't know. I would totally live there. Feels nice. Oh, seasick and embassies. Okay.
That's nothing. I've had my
Is that-
office rearranged 5 times now.
5 times? Why? Why?
How should I know? It's not like keepers offer an explanation for what they're doing.
Yet everyone just lets them go on doing whatever it is they do.
What choice do we have? If you try to stop them, they just shut down and another one replaces it.
Just strange that we know so little about them.
Not to mention frustrating.
So they're talking about the keepers, which we've learned from the codex are the sort of maintenance crew for the Citadel, right? Which apparently they've rearranged her office without asking her. That's so weird. And then if you confront them, they just shut down and then they get replaced. Okay. That is very curious.
Biotics is the ability. A virtual
We have a new
intelligence is an advanced form of user interface software. VIs use a variety of methods to simulate natural conversation, including an audio interface and an avatar personality to interact with. Although a VI can provide a convincing emulation of sentience, they are not self-aware, nor can they learn or take independent action. VIs are used as operating systems on commercial and home computers. Minimal VI agents are also available. Agents are compact and specialized. Some serve as personal secretaries, filtering calls and scheduling meetings based on user-defined priorities. Others are advanced search engines, propagating themselves across the extranet to collate user-requested data. Commercial VIs in a variety of stock personalities are available at any software retailer. Boutique firms and hobbyists also build unique VIs to personal specification. Although software emulation of living personalities is illegal, reconstructions of famous historical figures are common.
It's interesting, obviously, you know, this is not a novel concept, even back in 2006 in sci-fi, right? Something that's been in sci-fi for century at this point, right? But it's still interesting how whenever you end up reading something like that and you think about the current state of you know, language models and what we call AI and all that, it's quite interesting how reality sort of emulates science fiction in ways.
The Asari were the first species to discover the Citadel. When the Solarians arrived, it was the Asari who proposed the establishment of the Citadel Council to maintain peace throughout the galaxy. Since then, the Asari have served as the mediators and centrists of the Council. An all-female race, the Asari reproduce through a form of parthenogenesis. They can attune their nervous system to that of another individual of any gender and of any species to reproduce. This capability has led to the unseemly and inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Asari can live for over 1,000 years, passing through 3 stages of life. In the maiden stage, they wander restlessly, seeking new knowledge and experience. When the matron stage begins, they meld with interesting partners to produce their offspring. This ends when they reach the matriarch stage, where they assume the roles of leaders and counselors.
All-female race reproducing through parthenogenesis. Attune her nervous system to that of another individual or any gender and any species to reproduce. That is wild. Unseemly, inaccurate rumors about Asari promiscuity. Yeah, all-female race. Immediately suffering accusations of promiscuity. Who would have seen that coming? And they can live for 1,000 years. 3 stages of life: maiden, matron, matriarch. Interesting. What a fascinating little bit of lore. Mediators and centrists of the council. Okay. So they're sort of like moderating between the Solari and the Turians, is what I'm getting. Very cool. Oh. Wait, it's still beeping. Ah, there it is. Presidium Ring. The ring is an enclosed loop of park-like space serving as the connection point for the wards. The interior walls are lined with the embassies of influential species and private residences for the galaxy's elite. The Presidium is full of open-air restaurants, bar, and luxurious meeting areas. Gravity is about 1/3 of Earth normal. A holographic sky is projected over the ceiling of the ring. Unlike the 24/7 bustle of the wards, the Presidium maintains a 20-hour day schedule with a 6-hour night where lights are dimmed and the skies goes through a night cycle. I would love living there. I would love my days to have 2 extra hours technically. That sounds really good. I would probably live better with that sort of time frame. Offices and residences are often open to the interior. It is not unusual for embassies to have no exterior wall at all. This does not cause a crime problem due to the heavy CSEC presence and ubiquitous monitoring devices on the Presidium. Thieves are quickly identified and apprehended. The ring is the location of the Citadel's spaceport, being closer to the center of the spin. There is less motion for a ship to match, and the reduced spin gravity makes handling cargo easier. Hundreds of ships pass through the Citadel every day, and every species with an embassy is granted a private dock. The tower at the center of the ring holds the administration of the Citadel Council. The tower rises over a kilometer from the ring, appearing to thrust forward parallel to the ward's arms. As the tower is at the center of the spin axis, it experiences little centrifugal force. Gravity is maintained using Mass Effect fields at a 90-degree angle to the ring and wards. The consular dock can be found at the base of the tower. While normally used for diplomatic couriers and Spectre business, the shuttles docked here can evacuate the council government in an emergency. I like that. Yeah, I mean, obviously a lot of like the Turians look sort of humanoid. Sari looks somewhat humanoid, but you know, I think to me, Felinor, and you know, as someone who's obviously been, I've created plenty of like sci-fi fantasy worlds and all that. I think there's always an issue with, it feels like if we were trying to be realistic, who the fuck knows what aliens could look like? Like, you know, I'm thinking of something like Arrival, right? Very non-human, extremely hard to understand sort of species. I feel like there's a good chance that actual alien races would, you know, they could even be on a different like level of matter that we can't even see or something. But then it becomes difficult to make a story with that, because there's not a lot of stories you can tell with, you know, a species that has no relatable factors, I guess. So I feel like it's sort of like a fiction side effect that, yes, a lot of aliens and fantasy species are going to be somewhat relatable to humans. That's just like sort of a fiction side effect. You need that unless you're trying to tell a story about really the weirdness of it all, like Arrival is done, or even The Abyss, right? But unless you're trying to tell a story about that, I feel like you have some constraints that you have to sort of contend with. But there's also an argument that maybe that's just how life can develop, right? Like there's certain like rules to the physical world that apply throughout the galaxy, and most life is going to somehow feel quote unquote similar, right? Carbon based, somewhat ish similar, you know. Right. No, I get that. Yeah, it would be funny to have like love interests in games that are completely, you know, non-human, but no. That's true, yeah. Galactic seeding, some such, yeah. Star Trek. Yeah, for sure, Red Shirt, yeah. And again, I think, again, like, I feel, you know, I feel personally when trying to create something like that, I feel that sort of constraint of, I need the characters to be relatable. And I don't think a blob of dust floating and interconnected with some real weird magnetic field, self-generated magnetic field, or whatever alien thing you can come up with would be very relatable as a character, right? And again, unless you're trying to tell a story about that discovery and the weirdness of it all. What if we, in some far future, encounter an alien civilization and we're the more technologically advanced? I mean, I think that's a very, well, no, I wouldn't say easy, but that's... We do that all the time. On Earth, right? We discover new species very often. Like insects or bacteria or deep ocean, you know, sea life we weren't aware of. So I think it would be pretty much the same, maybe. Now, obviously, if you're going with the assumption that what if we find another intelligent, well, at least what we call intelligent, right? Because it's a very human standard, I guess. Yeah, I don't know. Would we destroy them to steal their resources? It depends. How much oil is there on their planet? Can we determine that first? And how well can they defend themselves? If there's a lot of resources and their military prowess is somewhat limited, I don't know. I don't think it's gonna bode well for them. What if their bodies are made of oil? I don't know. I think the problem here, Anubis, in my like the way I'm looking at it, but again, I'm not looking at it as a scientist. I'm looking at it as a fiction writer. Is we are a very young species. So unless you're talking about like the far future, right? But right now, let's say we're, you know, as soon as we get interstellar travel, if we ever get, if we ever do, which that's a big if already, right? Because there's so many limitations. But if we ever do acquire interstellar travel on any reasonable timescale, we're such a young species compared to the age of the galaxy and all that. It feels unlikely that we would be the most advanced and the, you know, the earlier ones, right? But there's obviously plenty of paradoxes there, and you know, there might have been civilizations before us that already destroyed themselves. Like, who the fuck knows? There's so many, you know, so many variables there that the problem is not only distances, it's always time. It's not just that if there are other species in the galaxy, there might be too far for us to reach. It just might be a problem of time. The time frame's so huge. Like, what are the chances that we exist at the exact same time as another similarly, you know, advanced and intelligent species? The distance thing would be enough, but you add the dimension of time to that, and it becomes like the chances are so slim. But I don't know. Who knows? Yeah, or by the time their response comes back, we are extinct or they're already gone, right? Like there's a lot of lot of problems there. But again, I'm looking at it not as a scientist. I have no scientific knowledge. It's just as someone who's thought about science fiction a lot. I would recommend Life Beyond Vision of Alien Life on Melody Sheep's YouTube channel. Okay, interesting. That's true, Doom Redshirt, yeah. Though there is something interesting there in that sort of like technological advance is the matter of scale. On a human scale, just the Earth scale, and you know, it does feel like our technology has evolved a lot in a short time. But if you look at it from like a sort of more distant anchor point, imagine a galactic species looking at, you know, looking at the evolution of humans over the past 2,000 years. From their perspective, it's likely that they would think we haven't evolved very much, right? It you know, all the sort of going from fire to computers might seem impressive for us on our scale, but from their perspective, we're just a bunch of ants doing things on a planet, and we barely made it out to the nearest, you know, physical object in space, which is the moon. It would seem very silly for them, probably. It's like, oh, look at those, you know, primitive. It basically, probably from their perspective, would feel like a group of ants just randomly walking in the sand and then building an ant's nest, right? That's how it would feel on the scale of a species that is so much more advanced than maybe intergalactic, like interstellar species or spacefaring. But I don't know. It's hard to obviously imagine really how that would yeah, pre-warp civilizations. Pfft. Unimportant insects in a corner of the galaxy is what they are. They might consider us like we would consider bacteria on a remote, you know, island in the Pacific or something. Or maybe not. Maybe they would see the precursors of a future spacefaring civilization. I don't know. There's a lot of you know, potential perspectives there, I guess. That's true, Philanor. Yeah, I think the concept of its intelligence itself is just a very sort of, I hate to say limited, but yeah, it's a limited human concept and it on its own. Maybe what, you know, another type of life form somewhere in the galaxy would consider intelligence is completely different than what we do. Maybe we wouldn't even be able to understand it. What's up, Nibiru? How are you doing today? We'll literally forget things we developed only 60 years ago. Likely that an extraterrestrial species would not necessarily be more advanced than us, but different altogether. May not be even carbon-based life form. Yeah, we talked about that. I don't know if you were here like 10 minutes ago, but yeah, we touched on the idea that they might even be on like a you know, a whole, like a frame or plane of existence that we can't even see, maybe like radio waves or, you know. I want aliens to arrive and not care about us at all. Only came to communicate with some large mushroom mycelium or something. Oh, right, like they're... Oh, we're not interested in you. We want to know what this thing has to say. And then we're like, what do you mean? Yeah, no, those mushrooms right there, those are the real... Like, that's the real advanced species on your planet. You don't even know the kind of stuff they're... You know, they can do. That would be very funny, yeah. And we're just, like, completely taken aback and, like, not understanding... a completely different frame of understanding of existence, right? Yeah, no, for sure, Philnor. Yeah. It's an interesting thought that we might be looking for something out there that we'll never find because we're looking for ourselves. And the things that exist out there may be completely different. And we'll never know. Because we're not looking with the right instruments or on the correct sort of frequency, you know, if I can use that word a bit. Yeah, Glegor, people have been mentioning it. I still don't know if I want to read the book first. I may want to read the book first. So I'm sort of holding off on watching the movie for now. Alright, am I in the... Yes, I am in the consort chambers. Definitely read it first? Okay, fair enough. I'll take your recommendation to heart.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
No, you. Sorry, she doesn't know what she's saying. She's, you know, we've just been through a whole mission. PTSD is what's happening. Don't, please. Ashley is gonna get us in trouble. All right, Nelina. Let me introduce myself to you.
Welcome, I am Nelina. I don't recognize you as one of our expected clients today. Would you like me to see when the consort will be able to meet with you?
Sure. I'm curious, and please nobody answer that, of course. I'm curious to know if the white lines are like a naturally occurring thing, or if it's like makeup for them, or like, you know, like tribal paints or something like that, or if it's a naturally occurring thing. Very curious about that. It looks very cool though. I need an appointment? Question mark.
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
What kind of services are we talking about? Consort.
What is the consort? What does she do?
It's difficult to explain. She's many things to many people, and something different for each. Some seek her for advice, some for entertainment, others still for pleasure. Most of the time, our clients won't realize what they were seeking until after she has provided it for them.
Okay, am I the only one who thinks this sounds like prostitution with extra steps? It sounds like prostitution under the cover of some sort of, I don't know, like shamanic experience. Oh, delightfully vague, yeah. I heard that in Lucy Darling's voice. I don't know if that was your reference, Vicarian, but that's the voice I heard in my head. Is she mystical? I love Lucy. She's awesome. I cannot stop watching her shorts.
You make her sound like some kind of oracle.
No, not in the usual sense.
Yeah, let's put it like that.
She's merely a woman with remarkable compassion and a generous spirit. I suggest you make an appointment and see for yourself.
A generous spirit. Yeah, now that sounds like prostitution again. I love how I was like, oh, this sounds like, you know, escorting. And my character's like, she sounds like an oracle.
What is the consort?
Oh, that's the same
what
thing.
Does she do?
It's
okay.
Some secret.
There's one thing I hate is
won't realize what they were seeking.
Those things move around.
She's provided it for them.
There's so many, like there's 6 fucking buttons. You could keep the same one on the same button every time, even if you add another one. Yes, exactly, Inaz. I was just about to say, they should be grayed out. Or, you know what? Remove the wheel. Just give me a list of things and gray it out when and full phrases, by the way, full sentences. I want to know what I'm saying. With which tone. I need more precision. It's fine. It adds to the fun mid-2000 experience. I want to play Disco Elysium, yeah. I'm telling you, and I don't mean, again, I've said it yesterday, and I don't mean it in a bad way. This game has a lot more in common with Fahrenheit and David Cage games than I remember. And I don't mean that in a bad way. Yeah, Primus. I still need to play those modern Deus Ex games, The Human Revolution and Mankind Divided. I've never played them. I think I should do that someday. Don't compare this to Fallout 4. I thought Fallout 4 was fine, at least for a while. It's one of those open world games where I was really immersed for the first couple weeks, and it was really fun to explore, and you know, and then I ended up being bored with the story, and so I stopped playing. But I thought it was fine at first. But again, I mean, to me, it's not, you know. One of my favorite games of all time is the first Fallout. The very first Fallout game was a life-changing experience for me. So it's very hard for me to accept Fallout 3, New Vegas, and 4 as part of that same series. To me, they feel like completely different games. But yeah, Chipmunk, I've heard mixed things about it. Some people love it, some people weren't too excited about it. I feel like a lot of the sort of... I hear more like mixed opinions from people who love the first Deus Ex and are like, well, this is not really, you know, like the same, basically the same how I feel about the new modern Fallout. Because I played the first one, I loved it so much. I'm like, this new stuff's not really what I was looking for, right? And I feel like a lot of people who maybe just played them as new games coming out liked it better, but I don't know. I think Mass Effect does way better at guessing what I'm thinking when I read the prompt than Fallout 4 does. Yeah, okay, maybe I mean, that's obviously a personal thing, I think, right? How much do you sort of fit with the character's personality, I guess. For me, there's already been a few moments where I'm like, oh, that's not what I thought I was gonna go with, like tone-wise especially. You prefer Fallout 2? For me, Fallout 1 was the best Fallout. I think every game after Fallout 1 was a step down from again, for me, subjectively and personally, what Fallout felt like it was. But yeah, I don't know. Which, you know, we're talking about that, and it makes me think, again, it makes me think of Starfield, which I don't know why. I'm feeling this drive that I need to play Starfield one day on stream. One day we'll have to try and play Starfield, which I know for a fact that I'll never finish that game. It's gonna be one of those Bethesda thing. I'm gonna start playing it, and I feel like for a couple weeks I'm gonna be like, oh man, this is so immersive, this is so cool. And then I'll end up just never finishing it. But I think I'm gonna have to go through it at some point. Same with Crimson Desert. Same with Horizon Zero Dawn. So many of those games that I know I'll probably never finish, but we need to go through it eventually. I don't know. Yeah, Rob? Yeah, no, that's fair. Yeah, you go. I mean, it you know. Everyone's subjective experience is different. Yeah, for me, what worked best in Fallout 1 was the sort of the darker tone, more serious tone. There was some humor, but it wasn't like too campy, I guess. Which I think the second game is where it started being that sort of wacky camp sense of humor. Yeah, the first one was sort of had a very serious, dark tone, and I really liked it. And also, you have to remember, like in '96 at the time, when the first Fallout came out, I think it was '96 or '97. '97. There had never been anything like it. Like it was the, at least that I can remember, it was the first like post-apocalyptic world in a video game. It looked like Mad Max. You know, I loved the Mad Max movies when I was a kid. And it just, man, there was so much. It was so violent and visceral, and What a unique experience that was at the time. I remember playing the demo. I had the Fallout demo on a disc like months before the game came out with a magazine or something. I played that demo for dozens of hours, just going over the same location and trying plenty of different things. It was so much fun. Alright, can I make an appointment with the consort? Let's try.
Can't I just go in?
I'm afraid not. Yeah, you must understand there are many who seek the consort services. But if you wish to leave your name, she'll make every effort to meet with you.
Alright.
Commander Shepard, with the Alliance Navy.
Excellent. You should hear something in 3 or 4 months.
Okay. She's in high demand. I see. Are you serious? Question mark?
Nobody's worth that much of a weight.
Whoa! Okay.
Well, that's not for me to judge.
That's kind of rude.
I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
I love... She's very polite. I like Nelina. I like Nelina. She's very polite. Because what we just said is so rude. Nobody's worth that much weight. I don't know if that's true. Like, just in general. Alright, well, let's wait. I would love if, like, you play the game for months and then suddenly you get, like, a side quest to go back to see the consort. Personal questions.
What do you do here, Nelina?
I'm one of the consort's acolytes. Many of the people here today will not see the consort, but they expect to be attended to just the same. It's our job to ensure that they leave contented.
I'm sorry, this really sounds like I'm in a brothel. I'm not speaking from personal experience, but at least, you know, that's from what I've seen in the movies. It's what it sounds like. Acolyte is an interesting name. It's very religious, right? There seems to be like a spiritual sort of aspect to this whole thing. How? Question mark.
What exactly do you attend to?
Well, each acolyte has her unique abilities. Some soothe with song, others with conversation. As much as possible, we seek to match the needs of our clients to the skills of our acolytes. My specialty is touch. My fingertips can find every tension point in your body and relieve it.
I'm sorry. But can she play Mario Kart though? Or Sonic Racing? Yeah, you go. I mean, I was just about to say, you know, like song or conversation. I was like, okay, this isn't so, you know. And then suddenly she brought the touch and the fingertips and the tension. And I'm like, okay, this, again, we always go back to this sounds like prostitution. I get what they're going for, obviously. It is sort of, you know, a prostitution adjacent sort of vibe with, but it's not about sex so much as it is about spiritual awakening and basically getting what you're looking for. I get the thing. It's just funny. It's just funny because like it's written in a way that it sort of circles around the thing without really, you know. Sounds interesting. Does that, okay, because there's not interested here and then there sounds interesting. Does that mean I want the services to be rendered? I mean, I don't mind, but well, let's go for it. Sounds interesting.
I'd like to try out your service.
Okay, see?
Excellent. I'll add you to our client list. We should be able to see you in 3 or 4 months.
Nobody's worth that much time.
Nobody's worth that much of a wait.
Well, that's not for me to judge. I have your name and you'll be contacted. Is there anything else?
Enough time for a lot of tension to build up. Yeah, for sure. After 4 months of waiting, I'm definitely gonna need that release. That's what she said, by the way, not me. What's up, Brainy? How are you doing today? No, she said relieve, right? Not release. That's on me. Alright, no thanks, I guess.
I think I'm done here.
Oh, well, I hope you'll return again in the future. We always enjoy seeing new clients.
What?
Nelina,
Yes, Shaira?
send the commander up to see me. I wish to speak with him.
Yes, of course, mistress.
I am not waiting for anyone, suckers.
Huh. It appears the consort has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now.
All those nerds that are waiting 3 months? Nana. Not us. Not Daniel Shepard. Yeah, maybe later's crazy. I'll come back in 3 or 4 months. I wish that was an answer. It would need, like, this is such a missed opportunity to have an option that says, I'll come back in 3 or 4 months. It would be so funny. It appears the concert has taken notice of you. She'd like to meet with you now. Why? For sure. Why? I mean, I want to know what's going on.
What does she want to see me for?
I don't know. You'll have to ask her yourself. Just head upstairs. She'll be waiting for you.
Okay, then. Thank you, Nelina. Look at all those nerds. You waited for 4 months? I'm walking right in. Client.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
Well,
An hour here is better than a year on leave.
okay, that can't be true.
If only I could afford to come more often. No questions now. I'm trying to relax.
I haven't asked anything.
I see even the humans find the consort irresistible.
This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
I need to get my mind out of the gutter.
I'd spend all day here if I could. Isn't this place terrific? This is the most relaxed I've been in days. This is my first time. I can't believe I didn't come sooner.
Alright, attendant.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you.
The sound is so over. Can you hear what I hear? Like how the sound doesn't seem like it's coming from the people?
Please, relax and enjoy yourself. Human military? You'll enjoy it here, I think.
Okay.
At ease, officer. This is a place of peace.
Well, I don't take orders from you.
Welcome. It is a pleasure to see you. Please, relax and enjoy yourself.
Fine. I certainly will.
You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
Don't. Okay. No, she said back on Earth. I was gonna say, I hope your brother's not. I hope your name's not Jenkins. Because otherwise I have bad news.
The consort is a wonderful person. She has quite a gift. You're with the Alliance? My brother's a private back on Earth.
All right. Leroy Jenkins. All right, we have a meeting with the consort. Moving up in the world already. This place is nice, luxurious, clean. I like it. All right. Time to talk with Shahira. What is that? Is that a bed? Wait, is everyone coming with me? Oh. Can you guys wait over here? I'll do this by myself. I'm sure they will teleport in as soon as I start a conversation, but... Alright, you guys can come in.
Regroup!
Regroup! In future, we have bubble bed. Honestly, that looks super comfortable. I wouldn't mind having a bubble bed like that. Imagine if you could have like a sort of like egg-shaped bed like this, and you can like basically control the atmosphere in there. Temperature, humidity. You can have like some ambient sounds or music, and it all feels like very immersive. That'd be really rad, no? I would never leave. Yeah, no, I mean, would I have to use a CPAP, I guess? Yeah, maybe not. Maybe that could, you know, it could basically do the same thing, but as an immersive space instead of a device. Yeah, 3D project the star sky, or even like fill with water. Okay. Now it's starting to sound like an execution thing with extra steps. I don't know, it would be cool. I think it would be cool. In fact, I'm a little surprised it doesn't exist. Or maybe it does. I don't know. Maybe some really rich billionaire somewhere has something similar. Alright, let's see. Let's see what Sha'ira wants with me.
That is close enough, Commander.
Oh.
I've heard a great many things about you since your arrival here in our citadel.
Boundaries. I like that. Who are you? What do you want? You're checking up on me. You're checking me out, lady? What do you want?
You wanted to speak with me?
I have a certain problem that could use your expertise.
Oh. She wants my help. Tell me about it.
Maybe I can help.
I have a friend, Septimus, a retired Turian general. I won't discuss the details, but he wanted me to be more than I could be. We had a falling out. Now he spends his days in Korra's den, drinking and spreading lies about me. If you would speak to him as a fellow soldier, I believe he will listen to you and let the matter be.
Okay. So what I'm getting from this is she had a client that fell in love with her. As those things, I'm sure, happen very regularly. And obviously she had to turn him down because he was just a client. And now he's defaming her. In a bar. I mean, look at her. How could you not? Okay. Today I learned that Credo likes blue alien ladies with tentacles. I'm not here to yuck your yum, Credo. You know. Everyone has their own thing. She's cute? Okay, hey, fair enough. Credo, again, you are entitled to your taste and opinions. I'm undecided yet, Hugo. I'm for now I am just focusing on me. I need some me time, you know? What went wrong?
What happened between you?
I respect his privacy too much to go into the details. If he wishes to tell you what happened, that is his prerogative.
Okay.
What exactly do you want me to tell him?
Appeal to a sense of honor. Remind him of his position as a general. If you can convince him to stop spreading lies about me, I would be very grateful.
Okay.
Now I must ask you to take your leave. I have many clients waiting to see me.
What's up, Soitsu?
Please, Commander. I ask that you return to me only after you have spoken with Septimus.
All right, will do. Yeah, it's interesting that at first she's like, that's close enough, and then she's the one, you know, basically hugging us without asking for permission.
Sure is peaceful here.
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. Wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
All right. Basically, we do something for the Asari consort, and we get booty in exchange. Is what I'm getting from this. Let's see. Hold on. The Asari consort Shaira has asked you to speak to General Septimus. She's concerned that his former client is spreading false accusations and could damage her reputation. The general is at Chora's den in the lower wards. Ask him to stop spreading rumors about the consort. We have our first proper side quest. I mean, we have this one, but we don't really know what it's about. It's just a signal somewhere. We have our first proper side quest. Exciting. I am excited.
I'm a little nervous.
That's understandable. Many are a little unsure what to expect their first time.
Don't get me wrong.
Wasn't Septimus the name of the emperor in like...
It's just...
The unknown forces us out of our comfort zone. It forces us to be vulnerable.
Exactly. That's just what I was thinking.
Good. Then we are ready to begin.
I missed a little bit of that conversation there. I'm annoyed. Should have been listening more. It's fine.
Few are ever asked to aid Shaira. It's quite an honor.
Ooh, I can ask about Septimus. Investigating.
What do you know about the general?
He's been seeing the consort for longer than I can remember. Then one day, he stormed out of here furious. He hasn't been back since. He was always very respectful to the acolytes, very noble.
What do you do here, Noel?
Okay, that's the same
our
thing.
job to ensure.
I think I'm done.
Of course, come back anytime.
Okay, so one day he left and he was angry. Obviously, based on what she told us, it's because he wanted to be more than just a client, and she refused. So... we'll see what he has to say about it. Uriel Septim... oh, Septim, not Septimus. Okay.
Oh.
What?
Hard to believe the Krogan were once seen as the saviors of the galaxy.
If you're gonna make a Krogan statue, you might as well make it big, right?
Oh, it's interesting. They're reacting to the environment depending on where we are.
Big place.
And I don't know, like, Ashley had a little bit like of a huh type thing, right, when we approached. I wonder if that's the sign that they have something specific to say. Interesting. We're gonna have to pay attention. It's funny because, like, a lot of modern games, when they have something like that, they give you like a little exclamation mark atop of the character, something like that, to indicate that, hey, there's a little thing that they have to say, or even a prompt of pressing a button, like the triangle in Last of Us, stuff like that. Here it's just like, she made a sound, and that means she has something to say. Okay then. It's a big ass statue. I don't know, Philnor. I mean, it all depends, you know. Am I just a random person? Am I a soldier for the Alliance trying to make a good impression because we want a place in the council, or at least a specter in the ranks? You know, if I have any personal or political reasons to do it, maybe I would, right? But I am not a soldier in any sort of alliance, so if it was just me, a random person, I would be like, well, I don't think that's my problem. You know, I don't know.
Welcome to Presidium Tourism Terminal 3. Here in the financial district, a number of businesses offer various goods and services to their exclusive clientele. The statue you see before you was commissioned to honor the Krogan soldiers who gave their lives to protect Citadel space during the Rachni Wars. In the aftermath of the Krogan rebellions, several embassies petitioned to have the statue removed. However, this motion was eventually quashed by the council.
Okay. So there was something called the Rachni War, and the Krogan apparently protected Citadel space. And that was before the Krogan rebellions. Because that's when they, you know, they asked to have the statue removed. There's a lot of history to remember and learn about there. It's a lot. Well, fortunately, we can ask a lot of questions about it, so let's go. Tell me about the Rachni Wars.
What were the Rachni Wars?
Nearly 2,200 years ago, explorers seeking to expand Citadel space opened up mass relays leading to systems controlled by the Rachni. A highly intelligent and aggressive insect race, the Rachni unleashed a war of conquest against the rest of the galaxy that lasted for nearly 3 centuries. The emergence of the Krogan finally turned the tide in favor of the Citadel species. Krogan forces provided the numbers necessary to halt the Rachni advance and drive them back. The Krogan then pursued their retreating fleets. Able to survive the harsh environments of the Rachni homeworlds, the Krogan hunted their enemy to extinction.
Whoa, that is wild. Literally pursued them to their homeworld because they were able to survive it, and then exterminated them. Ruthless. Basically Zerg and Protoss, yeah, or, you know, this is basically the plot of Starship Troopers or Helldivers, I guess. At least the early days of that. That's a little extreme.
Was it really necessary to wipe them out?
I am sorry, but a value judgment of that nature goes beyond my programming.
Of course it does. And then what about the Krogan rebellions then? Let me guess. The Krogan wanted to be... After they helped with the Rachni, they wanted a place on the council. It was refused, so they rebelled.
Tell me more about the Krogan rebellions.
In recognition of their efforts during the Rachni Wars, the Krogan were granted several new colony worlds by the Council.
Okay.
Over the next 400 years, the Krogan species began to expand. Blessed with an extremely high birth rate, their numbers began to swell. Faced with a critical overpopulation crisis, the Krogan started a violent colonization of nearby worlds inhabited by other Council species.
I see.
The Krogan rebellions had begun. For a full century, the Council and its member species fought to bring the Krogan under control. With the aid of the newly discovered Turian Empire, they were ultimately successful.
Yeah, I was just about to say, like, the vicious cycle aspect of it is crazy. The Rachni threaten the Council space, the Krogans help. Now, the Krogan are threatening the space and the Turians help. Like, what's... Are we the next step? Like, the Turians threaten the galaxy and we're helping? Blessed with extreme birth rates, huh? Okay. I was thinking that the Krogans would, you know, were slighted after the Rachni Wars, but no, they literally just wanted to invade because they ran out of space. Sounds like a vicious cycle.
You needed the Krogan to stop the Rachni, then you needed the Turians to stop the Krogan.
See?
So who's gonna stop the Turians?
Exactly.
I am sorry, but that question is beyond my programming parameters. The
course.
Turians are members of the Citadel Council. They are not a threat to galactic peace.
Of course. We're never gonna be able to frame fucking Saren. Because the fucking Turian councilor's either in cahoots with him, or he's gonna protect him. There's no war in Citadel space. Yeah, the game's great, Zoro. So far, at least. Alright, what about the memorial statue, then?
Why did the Council fight so hard to keep the statue?
The Krogan were instrumental in saving the galaxy from the Rachni threat. The Council believed this historical fact should not be forgotten. The Council also hoped that preserving the memorial would improve diplomatic relations with the Krogan and bring about a peaceful resolution to the rebellions. Unfortunately, the Krogan refused to negotiate and only surrendered after their population and homeworlds had been ravaged by the Turians.
I'm interested to see how the Turians and the Krogans interact at this point. There's still resentment or what? Serves them right. Okay, I'm not gonna say that. I'm not gonna pick every option just for the sake of picking them. I'm logging off.
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have a pleasant day.
Okay.
I can't tell the aliens from the animals.
Shh. Not in public, Ashley. Wait, where does this go? Wait, does this go back to the bridge? It does. Okay. Emporium shopkeeper? I found a store. Finding a store in a video in an RPG is always a great moment. Time to do some trading. What are those things? Are they weapon? Are those sex toys? Like, what's Come on, like, okay. Listen. What kind of store is this?
Ah, human. This one is greatly pleased to see you here in my decadent emporium.
Decadent emporium, okay.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
It's talking about itself in the third person. I love the little flashes of light when it's speaking. What an interesting... We were talking earlier about like species that don't look human. Well, this one's outside of the speech, you know, it very much non-human. Investigate. Goods, your speech, personal question. Yeah, let's ask about the speech first. Well, rather, let's talk about the goods first.
What exactly do you sell?
Only the finest and most luxurious items that credits can buy. This one is able to procure almost any item the human would desire, for a price, naturally.
Okay. Your speech.
Why do you refer to yourself as this one and it?
For the same reason that humans are so inquisitive. It is part of our culture. Specifically, Hanar only refer to themselves in the first person with family or intimates. And we rarely do so with other species. It is just our way.
That is really interesting. So first person speech is only for intimacy, basically, like you know, intimate relationship, close relationships. What an interesting little bit of characterization. I'm trying to understand sort of like what leads to that, right? Like what evolutionary sort of behavior leads to this. I definitely got when it said that it's like the same reason why humans are inquisitive. It's part of our culture. I'm a very inquisitive person, that is true. Yeah, egocentrism seems to be a sign of social trust, or something you can only show to those people. I don't know, it's very, very interesting. Personal question.
Who are you?
This one's face name is Delaninder, though many in this place simply refer to it as Delan. Please take time to examine the fine goods it has for purchase, all of great worth.
Okay. Well, it doesn't have much more to say, but interesting. Delan, huh? I'd like to buy something, Delan.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
View non-human armors, view upgrades, view standard items. Okay. Let's see standard items first. Okay, so those are like, oh my god. How am I supposed to have enough money for this? Oh! Certa Foundation license for the Normandy, only $100. I'm buying this. Accept. Yeah. But yeah, even like level 2 armor, which I'm assuming that's what it is, right? Like Phoenix 2, Phoenix 4 is like a better version. Even that is out of my price range right now. Is there anything I can sell? I mean, nothing I can sell has any real value, but I guess it adds up. Like, if I never sell it, I'm not gonna make money. But I don't know how much, like, quests and side quests would give you. So, for now, I think I'm just gonna hold off.
Commander, it is good to see you again. Would you care to see some of its fantastic items today?
How are you doing, Grockle? Good to see you. Like vous and tu in French? Maybe so, yeah. I don't know.
Show me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human.
What's interesting here,
You will
Grockle,
not
is
be
that
disappointed.
it's not unusual to address people differently based on how close you are to them. To address them differently, right? The English doesn't have the difference between different yous, right? It's always you. But there's still like the you know, so the way you're gonna phrase things and the tone and some like the smaller words. You address people differently, right? Like the sir or stuff like that. Here it's like self-reference, which is that's the unique part about it. That's something that I don't, as far as I don't know of any human language that works like that. Japanese that have something similar to this? Interesting. Okay. What's up, Final Death? How are you doing today? Yeah. I think it's interesting. Right, I see, Chipmunk. That's pretty cool. Okay. Yeah, I'm not too familiar with those languages. The Blairy. Noger. Yeah, I like it. Alright, let's see non-human armors. That I'm interested. What kind of armor am I looking at? Krogan and Turian. Okay, then. Exciting stuff for the future. I'm not gonna buy any of it then. Because, you know. I wish I could go back to the menu without having to restart the conversation every time.
Commander, it is good to see you
Show
again.
me your items.
Oh, this one is pleased to do so, human. You will not be disappointed.
How long did it take you for you to grow the stash? I think the final sort of form was the first time where I had to start trimming it because it was getting too big, too long and all that was probably about 6 months in. I mean, I already trimmed it on the way there to like sort of shape it and train it to have like the sort of, you know, the overall shape that I was looking for, but yeah, it reached its I would say current volume about 6 months after I started growing it. At first it was a lot thinner, not as, you know, voluminous. It came with the nose. Yeah, I had to remove the glasses because of reflections. But yeah, it was a one, you know. Alright, let's see the upgrades. Oh my god, everything's so expensive! High caliber, oh my god, that looks really good. Minus rate of fire though. I don't mind. I like a slower... My favorite assault rifles are slower, but more sort of precise, like tuk, 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 rather than you know. Like in Destiny, my favorite assault rifle was the Suros Regime. I'm sure if you guys played the Destiny 1, you know exactly what I'm talking about. Heat absorption. Okay, I'm not gonna buy anything, but it's good to see what kind of item you can find. I need to make more money, because like someone said earlier, reading codex and talking to people doesn't make money. So, is there a passage there? Oh, there is. Where does this go? Am I allowed in there? Oh, this felt like it was gonna be a container of some kind. Like this looks like I can interact with it. But nope. I was hoping I could steal something. No. hack a container and steal some equipment, maybe? Sorry, not stealing. What's the word? Requisition? I'm requiring the weapons for the, you know, for the good fight.
Barla Fawn.
Oh boy, of course the banker is a Volus. That actually makes a lot of sense based on what we've learned about them. Hello, Barla Vaughn.
What's this? One of the Earth Clan. Ah, a very famous one, yes? You are the one called Shepherd. The tale of how you survived the great tragedy on Akuz is truly remarkable. I am amazed each time I hear it.
I was like, how do they already know about me? I barely started the game, but obviously I have a whole backstory of surviving, you know, a tragedy, so. Have we met?
You've got me at a disadvantage here.
Forgive me, Earth Clan. My name is Barla Vaughn. My job makes it necessary for me to keep informed. I am a financial advisor to many important clients here on the Citadel. When someone as important as yourself arrives on the station, I take notice.
This guy could have a lot of information about people, is what I'm hearing. He seems nice. Seems a little friendlier than, Din. The Citadel.
What's it like living here on the Citadel?
The station is without a doubt the greatest wonder in the galaxy. It is a technological marvel, but its true splendor goes much deeper than the hull and engines. From the Presidium to the wards, the entire station is a testament to the success of the Council. All the species of Citadel spaced together in a single strong community.
Okay. Dude's very high on the Council. Tell me about the Presidium.
What makes the Presidium so special?
It is the political center of Citadel space. 80% of all intelligent species in the known galaxy acknowledge the Council's authority on interstellar matters. But only the most powerful and influential species have embassies here on the Presidium. This level of the station is reserved for the elite, Shepard. People like us.
Yeah, not the lesser people. Not the lesser people, just the elite. Tell me about the wards.
What are the wards like?
The cultural heart of the galaxy. They pulse with the lifeblood of millions of citizens from dozens of different species. You never know what you'll find down in the wards, Commander. It's always full of surprises. Fortunately, most of them are pleasant.
Most of them, okay. I can't wait to explore the wards. Sounds like a great place. It's like, you know, it's same reason why I'm excited to see the Terminus sector. I'm hoping we'll see the Terminus sector because it sounds more interesting than the Citadel space. Just like the wards sound more interesting than the Presidium. I don't know. I always like the dark underbelly of you know, of the world. Personal questions.
Tell me more about your job.
Galactic finance is incredibly complex. A mix of laws and regulations from dozens of interstellar economies. I'm an expert in how all these economies interact. For a fee, I share my expertise. I also offer premium services for those clients who need someone to conduct business without drawing unwanted attention. Discreet and efficient. That's my motto.
Okay, the game's really good at reading my mind right now. I was just about to say that sounds illegal. Good writing. The game's reading my mind. Is this legal?
Sounds pretty shady.
Everything I do falls completely within the bounds of interstellar commerce law. Even so, many of my clients would prefer their transactions remain undisclosed. For example, suppose a Hanar ambassador was petitioning the Council to reduce tariffs on Hanar goods. How would it look if he had money invested in a Hanar exporting company?
Not great.
Even if his true motives were to help his people, he would be accused of advancing the petition for his own personal gain. I can keep his personal finances private.
You know, the Volus truly are the Swiss of the Mass Effect world. It truly, the more I learn about them, the more I'm like, yep, no, that, yep. No further investigation needed, yep. What a curious species. The only difference is the Swiss are not full of ammonia. Yeah. I really wonder what the Volduses look like without their suits. I hope we get to find out. I'm fascinated by the idea. I don't buy it.
Still sounds shady to me.
Then we can only hope he will never be cursed with a large enough fortune to require my services.
Good response. Fair enough, Bolivon. You got me there. Goodbye.
I should go.
Goodbye, Commander.
I thought I was maybe going to be able to store some of my credits in the bank, but it doesn't look like it. We got a new codex, though. Oh boy, we got so many new codex. Oh, Jesus. Okay. We got a lot of reading to do. After the Rachni War, the quick-breeding Krogan expanded at the expense of their neighbors. Warlords leveraged their veteran soldiers to seize living space while the council races were still grateful. Over centuries, the Krogan conquered world after world. There was always just one more needed. When the council finally demanded withdrawal from the Asari colony of Lucia, Krogan overlord Kredak stormed off the citadel, daring the council to take their worlds back. Shit, that's badass. But the council has taken precautions. The finest STG operators and the Asari huntresses had been drafted into a covert observation force, the Office of Special Tactics and Reconnaissance. Spectre, that's how it came to be. Okay. The Spectres opened the war with crippling strategic strikes. Krogan planets went dark as computer viruses flooded the extranet. Sabotaged antimatter. Refineries disappeared in blue-white annihilation. Headquarters stations shattered into orbit-clogging debris, rammed by pre-placed suicide freighters. That all sounds very brutal. Still, this only delayed the inevitable. The war would have been lost if not for first contact with the Turians, who responded to Krogan threats with a prompt declaration of war. Being on the far side of Krogan space from the Council, the Turians advanced rapidly into the lightly defended Krogan rear areas. The Krogan responded by dropping space stations and asteroids on Turian colonies. That's insane! Yeah, we're just gonna drop a space station on you. 3 worlds were rendered completely uninhabitable. This was precisely the wrong approach to take with the Turians. Each is first and foremost a public servant, willing to risk his life to protect his comrades. Rather than increasing public war wariness, Krogan tactics stiffened Turian resolve. The arrival of Turian task force saved many worlds from the warlords' marauding fleets, but it took development of the genophage. For some reason, I wanted to pronounce it in the French way. Genophage. The genophage bioweapon to end the war. Genophage bioweapon to end the war. So biological warfare was required. There were decades of unrest afterwards. Rogue warlords and holdout groups of insurgents refused to surrender or disappeared into the frontier systems to become pirates. That's crazy cool. Man, the lore in this game is insane. So basically, the Turians are Soviet Russia. If we keep making comparisons. I initially thought the Turians were more like Americans, but no, they're Soviet Russia. Everyone's a servant to his comrades and the government, and ready to sacrifice their lives. No, it's really cool though. Jokes aside, it's what an interesting lore. The wards. The majority of the Citadel's population lives in the wards, 5 massive arms of the station that house the residential and commercial districts. Many galactic races have established cultural enclaves there. Population density and cost of living are extremely high, akin to Earth cities such as Hong Kong and Singapore. The wards are open-topped, with skyscrapers rising from the superstructure. Towers are sealed against vacuum, as the breathable atmosphere envelope is only maintained to a height of about 7 meters. Oh, yeah, okay. So the towers are sealed because they're literally in open space, and then the bottom, only the bottom 7 meters are atmospherically balanced. Got it. The atmosphere is contained by its centrifugal force of rotation and a membrane of dense colorless sulfur hexafluoride gas, held in place by carefully managed mass effect fields. The view from the wards is spectacular. In the background, stars Serpent Nebula and the nearby blue giant called the Widow move across the sky as the station rotates to stabilize itself. In the foreground, the lights of the buildings and vehicles on the opposing ward arms perpetually shine. The Citadel has no real day or night. While the station keeps the standard galactic time for political function, businesses rarely close, and residents acclimate to sleep and work according to personal need rather than day-night cycle. I'm telling you, I would love to live there. That sounds like the perfect place for me. Addition and modifications are constantly being constructed, though they must stay within certain specifications that will not compromise the operation of the station. Occasionally, the keepers will descend on an area of the ward and move or change the architecture without explanation. Residents have learned to live with these inexplicable intrusions. That is so wild to me. I really wonder what the reason is for the keepers changing things around. And I wonder if, or rather when we'll learn about it, because this really feels like a sort of Chekhov's gun type situation. Like there must be a reason why it's in there, otherwise why write it, right? So I'm really curious to see how it's gonna sort of play into maybe the plot or something. Creds. The standard credit was established by the Citadel's Unified Banking Act as the currency of interstellar trade. The credit as a managed floating exchange rate calculated in real time by the central bank to maintain the average value of all participating currencies. Some regional currencies are worth more than a credit, some less. Hard currency can be stolen or counterfeited, so electronic fund transfers are the norm. More importantly, physical transactions can be easily tracked, making them ideal for tax evasion. Cannot be easily tracked, making them ideal for tax evasion or the purchase of illegal goods. When the Alliance joined the Citadel, its various national treasuries were linked into the credit network. A human with a bank account of Mexican pesos, Japanese yen, or Indian rupees can purchase any item priced in credits at fair market value. All economies that participate in the credit network are required to price items in both local currency and credits. Alright. What more can we learn?
50,000.
No.
Though
Rachni.
now extinct, the Rachni once threatened every species in Citadel space. Over 2,000 years ago, explorers foolishly opened a mass relay to a previously unknown system and encountered something never seen before or since, a species of spacefaring insects guided by a hive mind intelligence. Unfortunately, the Rachni were not peaceful, and the galaxy was plunged into a series of conflicts known as the Rachni Wars. Attempts to negotiate were futile, as it was impossible to make contact with the hive queens that guided the race from beneath the surface of their toxic home world. The emergence of the Krogan ended the Rachni Wars. Bred to survive the harshest environments, the Krogan were able to strike at the queens in their lairs and reclaim conquered Council worlds. But when Krogan fleets pressed them back to their homeworld, the Rachni refused to surrender, and the Krogan eradicated them from the galaxy.
Damn. Which explains why, I don't remember when, but at some point we learned in the game that the Turians didn't like us messing around with the mass relays, right? And that's why they attacked us, the War of the First Contact, right? That sort of explains it, I'm assuming. Because that chain of event that started with people like, you know, carelessly activating mass relays, and we were making basically the same mistake, and you know, I guess the Turians saw the potential danger there. Nice how it all ties in together. Very well put together lore so far. Exciting.
The Elcor, the Hanar, are a citadel species known for excessive politeness. They speak with scrupulous precision and take offense at improper language. Hanar that expect to deal with other species take special courses to help them unlearn their tendency to take offense at improper speech. All Hanar have two names. The face name is known to the world. The soul name is kept for use among close friends and relations.
Oh, that's
Hanar
cool.
never refer to themselves in the first person in conversation with someone they know on a face name basis. To do so is considered egotistical. So instead they refer to themselves as this one, or the impersonal it.
So cool.
Their homeworld, Kajay, has 90% ocean cover and orbits an energetic white star, resulting in a permanent blanket of cloud. Due to the presence of Prothean ruins on the world, many Hanar worship them, and Hanar myths often speak of an elder race that civilized them by teaching them language.
So cool. God, I love sci-fi. Ah. I don't know, there's something about sci-fi that hits me more than fantasy most of the time. Again, I love a good fantasy, but there's something about sci-fi and sort of like space-based stuff that always gets me. Oh yeah, no, tonight's lore has been exquisite. I would use the word carefully. I don't use that word, you know, lightly. It's what a great, well put together world so far. The face name and the soul name thing is so cool. I'm hoping to learn more. And let's do a quick save. And let's see. Okay, so we've done all this. We've done all this. Hey, we're making progress. Look at us. Oh, I need to go back because of CSEC and Embassy Lounge. And that's the Citadel Tower. Okay, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go around here, explore a little bit of this, see if there's something to find here, and then we'll circle back to Embassy and CSEC. That's going to be the plan, I think. It's not like it looks big when you look around, but the actual explorable area is pretty, you know, it's reasonably sized, which is good. I like that. You know, I've said we talked earlier about how sometimes games that are too open are a little bit, you know, a struggle for me. This is just the right amount of freedom so far. Yeah, I think part of that plays into my personal taste, Sorrow. I like things that can be grounded in reality. My favorite fantasy is typically when it feels like it's the future or the past of our world that somehow turn, you know, fantasy-ish. More than like completely imaginary world. I like worlds that are rooted in reality. I don't know if it's a relatable thing, like that was in the game, right? the birds. It makes it more, I don't know. There's something exciting about it. But I think this is why, like, my favorite fantasy book of all time is the Book of the New Sun. Which, you know, if you know, I don't want to spoil anything, but if you know the Book of the New Sun, it's almost as sci-fi as it is fantasy, even though it's technically classic fantasy. But it's rooted in reality. It is based on, you know, the potential future of the Earth, which to me is fascinating. Like, what a fucking book. Yeah, I agree with Quasi there. I think we're, for me, this is sort of in the Star Wars, you know, obviously the comparisons are easy to make, but to me we're in the Star Wars sphere of sci-fi, right? It looks sci-fi, but there's a lot of fantasy in it. A lot of stuff is explained because it just works. It's basically magic with tech names, right? It's not trying to be pure hard sci-fi like some science fiction can be sometimes. It's sort of skirting that line between science and fantasy, like science fantasy, right? But yeah, it's doing it in a very interesting way because they're still trying to have that sort of internal logic with the lore, explaining how things work and why things are the way they are. I think it's quite fascinating. I'm really enjoying it. Less fantasy than Star Wars? Yeah, I think so. I think you're right. It's a little more pure sci-fi than Star Wars is, for sure. Or something like Destiny, right? Like Destiny is very much fantasy with sci-fi, sci-fi skin. Yeah, there's a plausibility. I agree, Anktar. It's I like to call it like the I like when something feels authentic. It doesn't have to be realistic, but it feels authentic in a way that adds the believability and helps with the sort of suspension of disbelief and feels very, very fun. Kaiden has something to say.
Anyone else hear that low hum? Sounds like it's coming from that statue. Makes my teeth tingle. Sure is peaceful here.
A low hum that makes the teeth tingle?
You know, art doesn't normally do much for me, but that relay statue, I like.
Okay. Ashley, Ashley was doing great yesterday. I was like, I love that character. She seems badass. She's cool. Today, she's been saying things that I'm like, I don't know. She doesn't like art. She might be mildly racist. I don't know. Ashley is on a downtrend today. We'll see how how it goes, but well, I mean, listen, again,
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. I wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
I don't want to be unfair to her. She just said that some of the aliens look like animals, and you know, I look at the Anar and I'm seeing an octopus, and I look at the Volus and I'm seeing a mole, and I'm looking at the what are they called again? The Elcor, and I'm seeing a sort of elephant type thing. I don't want to blame her for just describing them, right? No, I don't. Listen, hold on. Listen, I like I said earlier in the stream, I think animals are better than humans. I love animals. In fact, I consider, it's a compliment. Now, the way she's phrasing it makes me have doubt, because,
this place is a little too perfect. They're hiding something.
It doesn't seem like she's phrasing it as a compliment.
I can't tell the aliens
Yeah,
from
see?
the animals.
That seems a little derogatory, but... Some of my best friends are... That is not what I'm saying. I would sacrifice humanity to save the animals. The other animals. Because we are animals. Let's make that clear. Biologically speaking. I would sacrifice humanity to save the animals if given a choice. Yeah, the way she says it is questionable at best. Are you okay, lady? I can't tell if she has a tummy ache or if... No? She's just chilling, or I can't really tell what's going on here. That's me after too big of a meal, when I'm like putting myself on my bed and I'm like, I'm gonna die. She's relaxing, you're in her way. Okay, all right.
Look at that bug thing over there. What's it doing?
Oh,
stop! Please do not disturb the keepers.
Oh, those are keepers. Oh, I didn't make the connection. Of course, they're maintaining the citadel. I noticed like that's the third one I see. I didn't connect that they're working on the citadel. Those are the keepers. Okay. The bug thing, yeah.
Well, they've built themselves quite the lake. Wonder if anyone ever drowned in it.
Big place.
Okay, so that's the citadel. No, sorry. I didn't mean to pull my gun out. Premature unholstering. Examine.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Okay, fair enough.
Please do not disturb the keepers.
Okay, okay. Can I talk to you about them, though?
Welcome to Presidium Tourism Terminal 2. You are standing near the base of the Citadel Tower, one of the Presidium's most recognizable and important structures. Behind me is the spectacular Relay Monument, a scale model representation of a Prothean mass relay. To your left is one of the Keepers, the enigmatic caretakers of the Citadel, working on a control panel. You may see Keepers involved in various tasks throughout all levels of the Citadel. We ask that you do not interfere with them in any way. The Keepers are essential to the smooth operation of the Citadel. Obstructing their daily work will result in harsh penalties, including incarceration and rehabilitation.
Okay, note to self, they do not fuck around about the Keepers. Interesting. Relay Monument.
Tell me about the Relay Monument.
Discovered by the Asari who first arrived at the Citadel, the Relay Monument is one of the station's most interesting and controversial features. What is the meaning behind this striking piece of art? Is it a tribute to Prothean vanity? A reminder of their conquest of the galaxy through mass relay technology? Or perhaps it is a symbol of unity, a Prothean acknowledgement that the relays would eventually lead other species here to the Citadel. No one can say for sure, making the Relay Monument a favorite topic of discussion among academics and scholars.
Cool. So nice. The basic education about the more common alien races you'd encounter. Yeah, I mean, well, it seems like the Keepers are like contained to the Citadel though, so maybe she's just never had to think about them. Like, why would you randomly, you know, learn about something you might never even see one day? If it's completely outside of your, like, it's unlikely that, you know, it doesn't seem like everyone gets to the Citadel. I don't know. Rehabilitation sounds fun. Rehabilitation sounds ominous. Okay, Nasrallah and Atherma are on two different sides of the rehabilitation thing. I think rehabilitation sounds great for people who need it. That's my opinion. Sounds like Ashley might need some rehabilitation. Citadel Tower.
Tell me about the Citadel Tower.
Housing both the council chambers and Citadel control, the tower is one of the most important buildings on the station. Access to these areas is restricted to those with the appropriate clearance.
Okay. Citadel control.
What happens in Citadel control?
Citadel control handles all incoming and outbound transit. Every ship within 2,000 kilometers of the Citadel is under the jurisdiction of Citadel control. At peak capacity, they are responsible for monitoring upwards of 1,000 vessels.
Okay. Oh yeah, by the way, she said something earlier. Controversial. Am I pronouncing that word wrong? Because the way I'm pronouncing it is controversial. I feel like I've always heard it that way, controversial. But she says controversial. Both are fine? My way is correct? Both are correct. Okay. Is it like a British versus NA thing, or is it just a... Might be, yeah. I don't know. Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard controversial though. Like it might be the first time I've heard that. Dialect thing? Okay. People like to sound fancy. Oh, it's like saying schedule. Oh, that's just British. Right. Yeah. Okay. I'm gonna keep saying controversial because council chambers.
I'd like to hear more about the council chambers.
The business of the council, which often has far-reaching effects on the galactic community, is conducted in a room at the apex of the Citadel Tower. The council chambers themselves are truly a magnificent sight to behold, though few get to experience the view in person. Typically, only the councilors, ambassadors, and high-ranking officials, along with various support staff, are allowed access.
It's not open to the public?
What if someone has business with the council?
The average citizen must go through the proper channels if they wish an audience with the council. This is usually arranged through their respective ambassadors. Even then, few are given access to the actual council chambers. In most cases, the ambassador acts on behalf of the citizen.
Dude, I hope this is not going to be a thing where I'm going to have to earn access or whatever. I've been asked to go there, just let me go there, right?
I'm scheduled to have an audience with the council.
Only a handful of visitors to the Citadel are ever granted that privilege. I would be jealous, but that is outside the scope of my program.
That's such a funny line. I would be jealous, but that's outside the scope of my programming. Love it. What about the keepers? Okay, tell me more about the keepers. That's the part I'm really interested in all this.
I'd like to know more about the keepers.
Little is known about these peaceful servants of the Citadel, though they are essential to the operation and maintenance of the entire station. Citadel regulations protect the keepers against interference during the performance of their tasks. Failure to comply will result in harsh penalties. Keepers can be seen in all sections of the Citadel, but are typically found in and around the tower.
Why here?
Any particular reason there are so many keepers in this area?
The keepers do not communicate with other species. It is assumed, however, that the tower houses the Citadel's primary control systems. Many of the station's systems, such as navigation and life support, function automatically. It is believed the keepers operate those systems from inside the tower's inaccessible core. The keepers also make frequent appearances in the council chamber itself, though they appear to be just passing through on their way to some other destination.
That is so cool. I love the concept of like all those species have settled on the Citadel as the sort of center of their civilization, galactic civilization, but they're literally on a space station that they do not understand and control. It's working on its own. There's this mysterious species that is taking care of maintaining it. Nobody knows why or how. The potential for stories there is so interesting. I have no idea how the Earth works either. Well, sure, but the Earth doesn't, you know, it's not a man-made thing. It's not like a sentient-made spaceship. It works because that's just how nature works. This thing is working on its, but needs to be maintained. What if the keepers stop maintaining it? What if something breaks and everyone dies? Like, you know. Like, the Earth's not gonna stop functioning out of nowhere. But I get your point. I just think the concept is fascinating. And they mentioned the inaccessible core. That's very intriguing to me. You know what it reminds me of? Final Fantasy VIII. I don't know if you guys played Final Fantasy VIII or who played it or remembers it. But the gardens that are like the schools that, you know, where you, the seeds, your character's sort of like military thing gets formed, trained. At some point in the game, you get to like, you know, you get to uncover what's really hidden at the core of the gardens, and there's this entire fucking like mysterious conspiracy thing that pops up. So freaking cool. This kind of reminds me of that a little bit. I'm like, what's going on? Like, who, you know, controls the keepers? Who, you know, how are they here? Are they replaced? Are they procreating? Are they created? What's inside the core? Is there something, you know, that we're gonna uncover at some point? Like, there's a lot of intriguing potential there. I like that.
That's all for now.
Thank you for using Avina. Have a pleasant day.
Like, I like when stories build a world where it's like you can tell all the potential stories that could be told. It feels like something that might be
Please do not disturb the keepers.
really full of mystery to uncover, is what I'm trying to say. Right, I think we're almost... Okay, yep. That goes down to the wards. Okay, I don't know how big the wards are gonna be, but I hope they're patient at the council, because I feel like I'm not gonna be there soon if it continues to be this interesting to explore. Yeah, they almost look like insect life forms, right? That's what they look like. Little back. Look at the little backpack. I didn't notice the cute little backpack. Well, I noticed the thing. I didn't notice it was a backpack. So cool. Okay, so this goes down to the wards. Okay, well, we won't go to the wards right now. I'm gonna keep exploring this level first. One thing at a time. Codex? Yes.
The Elk. When the Asari discovered the Citadel, they also discovered the Keepers, a docile, multi-limbed insect race that seemingly exists only to maintain and repair the Great Prothean Station. Early attempts to communicate with or study the Keepers were failures, and it is now illegal to interfere with or impede Keeper activity. Because they are completely non-threatening, Keepers have become virtually invisible to everyone else. Similarly, they seem indifferent to other species, except for their tendency to help new arrivals integrate themselves into the Citadel. No matter how many Keepers die due to old age, violence, or accident, they maintain a constant number. No one has discovered the source of new Keepers, but some hypothesize they are genetic constructs, biological androids created somewhere deep in the inaccessible core of the Citadel itself.
See? How fascinating is this? This is so cool. No matter how many keepers died due to old age, violence, or accident. Okay, violence. Who would hurt those things? They look so gentle and cute. Monsters. That's who. I will never hurt a keeper. I don't know if the game's gonna have situations where I'm gonna have to make decisions or if there's a risk for me to... I will never hurt a keeper. This is like when in Red Dead Redemption 2 where I was like, I will never hunt a rabbit. I will never hurt a rabbit.
Biotics
I'm
is
never
the
gonna hurt a
ability of
keeper.
rare... Mass relays are feats of Prothean engineering advanced far beyond the technology of any living species. They are enormous structures scattered throughout the stars and can create corridors of virtually mass-free space, allowing instantaneous transit between locations separated by years or even centuries of travel using conventional FTL drives. Primary mass relays can propel ships thousands of light years, often from one spiral arm of the galaxy to another.
I just understood
However,
something.
they have fixed one-to-one connections. A primary relay connects to one other primary relay and nowhere else. Secondary relays can only propel ships across a few hundred light years. However, they are omnidirectional. A secondary relay can send a ship to any other relay within its limited range. There are many dormant primary relays whose corresponding twins have not yet been located. These are left inactive until their partner is charted, as established civilizations are unwilling to blindly open a passage that might connect them to a hostile species.
That also, like, now we're getting into the sort of like, you know, the main concept of the game, which is the mass effect, like the mass relay stuff. That also is extremely... What a fascinating setup. Having relays connected to one another and you don't know where... Again, we've seen it with the Rachni War and all that, but... The idea that you don't know what you're gonna find, so you don't want to blindly open them until you found... It reminds me of, in The Lord of the Rings, the Palantir. You don't really want to use them because you're not sure where the other ones are and who might watch back, right? Who might look back at you, right? If you're using them. That's sort of like the same fascinating and a little terrifying concept. I like that. But also the thing that I understood because of the beginning of the description there is it's not just reducing the mass, it's basically creating a corridor of mass-free space. So reducing the mass to zero virtually, right? Which obviously allows instantaneous travel, because if there's no mass to move, theoretically the speed can be infinite. Right? I'm not a scientist, but that's sort of... I think that's the way they're sort of hand-waving the faster-than-light travel, right? I think that's interesting. All right. As always, quick save after a good codex reading. All right, we're going back to... Yep, okay. We've almost circled back the entire area, I feel. Have we been here? The levels are... I'm getting slightly confused by some of the levels. Oh yeah, there's open space there. Hey! Nice. Okay, yeah, that's the open green space. I wish there was a little spot where we could, you know, sit down and enjoy the fresh air and the trees and all that. It's not a citadel? Oh my god. How dare you, Saladino? so hard to find good help these days.
This place is a little too perfect. Like they're hiding something.
Wait, where does the elevator go? CSEC Academy. Okay. Tough crowd. We have a very strict stance about puns here. Okay. Okay, so I've seen all of this. We have CSEC Academy down there. We have the wards down there. We have the tower here. Tower obviously is last. So that's the main objective. Where do I find this? Chorus Den in the lower wards. Okay. So we'll have to go to the wards for that side quest. Which I want to do before we have a meeting. Let's just assume the meeting with the council is in, you know, is in a few hours. It's not right now. Right? Nobody's waiting for us. An Elcor diplomat? A human diplomat? And a Turian, I'm assuming.
I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Well, I'm glad you enjoy your job.
Don't you just love it here? There's so much to see and do.
I do, actually. Yeah, no, I agree.
The ambassadors here are very respectful. Except for that Volus.
That's Din.
I've met the most interesting people since I started working here. I can't believe I landed a job here. This place is fantastic.
Human, delighted welcome. It is good to meet you.
Delighted welcome. It is good to meet you.
Ah, you humans are a wonderful sight here on the Citadel.
The Elcors love us. It's so great.
It is good to see you, human. I sincerely hope you enjoy your time here. I certainly hope the other inhabitants are treating you well, human.
For the most part, I would say so.
Human, delighted welcome. It is good to meet you.
It is good to meet you. Diplomatic Archive. Codex? Yes! Oh, I can talk to the Turian? That Turian looks pretty cool. Ashley disgusted goodbye. Listen, you guys are harping on poor Ashley. She just... Listen. She has one line that's a little, you know, controversial. And let's see the codex. The Treaty of Ferrixon. Okay. Due to the destructive potential of dreadnoughts, the council races agreed at the Ferrixon Naval Conference to fix a ratio of dreadnought construction between themselves. At the top of the pyramid is the peacekeeping Turian fleet. Below the Turians are the other council races. Currently, the Asari and Salarian. Salarian. I thought there was, for some reason, I thought it was the Salari, the Salarian. The council associate races are at the bottom. The Human System Alliance is part of the last group. The ratio of Turian council to associate dreadnoughts is 5 to 3 to 1. For every dreadnought, humans are permitted to build. The Asari have 3 and the Turians have 5. Okay. Oh! That's Executor Palin. Wait, why do we know Palin? Who mentioned it? No, that's Septimus. Oh, I think it was just Avina giving us information about CSEC, right? Yeah. And what is this? The embassy lounge. Okay, let's talk to... We have something to hack. Oh my god. I wonder if I can get in trouble. I don't know how much of this, you know, it's like in a or Baldur's Gate or stuff like that. If you hack something and people catch you, you can get in trouble or whatever. I don't know. It seems a little more rigid than that, but it doesn't feel like a sandbox game, is what I'm trying to say. Which is good. I like sandbox games in small doses, but I do like a more sort of directed experience, I guess.
Commander Shepard, I didn't expect to see you here. Did Ambassador Udina send you?
No, does it matter? I go where I want! Oh my god. I can be a proper asshole if I want to. Who are you?
Have we met before?
No, but I know you well enough. I'm Executor Palin, head of CSEC. It's my job to know when someone like you arrives on the Citadel. Was there something you needed, Commander?
The face, like the colors on their faces and all that is so freaking cool. Attitude toward humans.
I get the feeling you're not too fond of humans.
No, I just don't trust your kind. Not yet. You humans are eager to take all the power you can get, and you're being given a lot.
Well,
the Council wants to make humanity their new favorite pet. That's their business. But I don't have to like it.
That's kind of fair, I guess. I love the little, like, mandibles he has down there. I just noticed that. It's like a predator mandibles. We're not favorites. I mean, I don't know. I'm not going to argue against it. I think he has a point. Spectres.
What do you know about the Spectres?
They're the right hand of the Council, or so they like to be called. More like the underhanded side of the Council.
You don't like them?
What do you have against the Spectres?
I can't abide any organization that considers itself above the law. Especially when it's left up to each individual Spectre to decide when and how to bend the rules.
That's a bit naive. I'm not sure exactly if the angle is, it's a bit naive to think we don't need people that are above the law, because sometimes the law are, I agree with that, but do I want to tell it to its face? I'm not sure. I just like the use of the umlauts on the I of naive, so it makes me want to use it just for the sake of it. You know what? I'll try it.
Sometimes you have to bend the law to keep people safe.
Fair enough.
I've been with CSEC for 30 years. I've never had to break the law to do my job, not once.
Yeah, right. You expect us to believe none of your officers are corrupt?
There are over 200,000 CSEC agents. Some of them are going to be bad. But we don't turn a blind eye to corruption like the Spectres do. We do our best to find and punish any officer who breaks the law. Spectres? They'll never come under that kind of scrutiny.
I don't know why Ashley went after him like that. That was aggressive. He's basically giving a few bad apples speech, right? Which, fair enough. I don't know enough about CSEC to have an opinion yet. But it feels like Spectres are important. I do believe in that. I do believe that Spectres are important. You know.
The galaxy needs people like that. People who do the dirty jobs.
I agree. But they need to be held to a higher standard. They need to be accountable.
I agree with that too.
Saren's out of control. We both know that. But because he's a Spectre, the Council doesn't want to do anything about it. Is that the kind of person this galaxy needs?
Okay, this dude knows that Saren's out of control. Can I use that to my advantage? Feels like I need this guy to talk to the Council with me. Yeah, he's relatively reasonable. I think the accountability, I'm okay with that. I don't disagree. If it gets the job done, no, that is not how it works. I agree with the certain standards. I'm feeling what Nas picked here. Yes. Anything that has the words "get the job done" is a guaranteed. I'm gonna go with no.
But not all Spectres are like Saren.
True. But the potential is always there.
Well, that's like saying every fucking cop CSEC agent is bad, right? I don't know. Well, what about CSEC then?
Tell me about CSEC.
CSEC provides necessary police and security services throughout the Citadel. We're a civilian government agency, though many of our members have had military training. Of course, as the CSEC representative to the Council, I spend most of my time liaising between the two.
They're basically mole cops, is what I'm getting. Alright, investigation.
Tell me about your investigation into Saren.
Sorry, Commander. I don't make a habit of giving out details about ongoing investigations.
It was worth a try, wasn't it? Alright, good talk.
I'll be going now.
Goodbye, Commander.
Man.
Huddle up. En route.
This is giving me, you know, this is giving me like the proper old school CRPG experience of like you go around, you talk to everyone, and you have those. I miss that. It's been a while since I've played a game like this. This is really cool. Okay. Let me do a quick save. I'm not gonna save scum, but I still want to do a quick save before decrypting. Diplomatic advisory warning. The following message was transmitted from an untraceable account to multiple recipients across the extranet. Further monitoring of the situation is warranted. My fellow biotic, you have been selected to receive this transmission because of our shared plight. Few understand us, few tolerate us. We must stand together. We must build our own new world. Come, join us to the Hawking Eta cluster. Only as one body can we right the wrongs done to our kind. Sounds like a biotic cult is what I'm getting from this. Okay. Maybe something to do with, for Kaiden, right? Biotic stuff. Maybe you can find some like-minded individuals. Is it a side quest? It is a side quest. Strange transmission. Find a commune. Head to the Century system in the Hawking Eta cluster and investigate the strange biotic commune. Hell yeah. That sounds awesome. Discover a strange transmission discussing some sort of biotic commune. On the whole, it seems harmless, but something about the message is a little disturbing. Yeah, it's a cult. It's always a cult. Come on. They call it a commune, but it's always a cult. Have you, honestly... Okay, be honest, chat. Have you ever seen a commune that wasn't just a cult with more or less steps, right? I've never played BioShock, Felinor. I played Infinite, that's it. So long ago that I don't remember anything about it. But I've only played Infinite. I haven't played the first BioShock. I've played the demo of the first BioShock. Maybe something I should explore one day. Politically rooted ones, I would say, yeah. What was it? Which one was that? There was a very famous one that there turned out to be like a massive shooting or something. Like a sort of politically oriented commune in the US that turned, you know, into cult, and then there was like a police, like special forces intervention and shooting or whatever. Am I imagining this? I feel like it was something that made the news a while ago, long ago. That happened a few times. Pretty sure there were multiple. Okay, well, one of them then. Waco, that's the one yes, that's the one I had in mind. Waco, the name sounds familiar. Yeah. But it makes sense that, yeah, this happens all the time. Yeah, that's, I love, oh. I shouldn't laugh because it's very, you know, tragic. Obviously, the human cost is tragic, but it's American, we know. Hey, listen, I haven't heard of a shooting in the last couple weeks. I don't think. Which, I don't know. Maybe it's just because I didn't hear of it, but... There's a lot of news, yeah. I mean, as far as I know, the last one I've heard of was the correspondent thing, right? That one dude with the that tried to get in and shoot people. A dude in Cambridge mass opened fire on cars yesterday. Well, okay, fuck me, I guess. Waco was a branch Davidians, so it was a religious cult. Okay, okay. I mean, religion, politics, it's... I know it's not the same, but you get my point, I'm sure. Well, I mean, to be fair, Shepard, the US is a pretty big country, so, you know. Not that I'm justifying anything, I'm just saying, like, statistically, yeah, it's gonna happen. Let's see. Citadel Security Services, CSEC. Citadel Security is a volunteer police service answering to the Citadel Council. 200,000 constables of CSEC are responsible for maintaining public order in the densely populated Citadel. They also provide pirate suppression, customs enforcement, and search and rescue throughout the Citadel cluster. CSEC has 6 divisions. Enforcement, uniformed officers who patrol the Citadel and respond to emergencies. Investigation, detectives who puzzle out the truth behind crime. I love that phrasing. Puzzle out the truth behind crimes and bring perpetrators to justice. Customs screens the thousands of passengers and cargo containers that pass through the Citadel's ports every day. Network deals with cybercrimes like identity and copyright theft, hacking and viral attacks, and illegal artificial intelligence. Special Response deals with hostage situations, bombs, and heavily armed criminals. In the unlikely event that attackers aboard the Citadel, they are also the front line of defense, armed with military-grade equipment. Patrol. Naval arm with ships stationed throughout Citadel cluster. Unlike the other divisions, they are rarely seen at the Citadel, nor do they stay in one place long. Joining CSEC is prestigious. Applications must be sponsored by a Citadel Councilor or the ambassador of an associate council race. Generally, applicants have many years of distinguished service in the military or police forces of their nation, but an inexperienced applicant will with demonstrable talent will be fairly considered. Okay, my bad for calling them mole cops. This seems more like a military sort of organization. Like it seems a lot more organized than just, you know, little security service, right? CSEC and the Spectres are often at odds. Many CSEC members, notably Executor Venari Palin, believe that allowing Spectres to be above the law is a dangerous practice. The actions of Saren Arterius, learning a lot of last names, Saren Arterius lend credence to this position. Spectres, in turn, are aggravated when CSEC's dedication to procedure and due process hampers their investigations. Cool. This is basically FBI versus, you know, PD, like various PDs, sort of like dynamic, it feels like. Okay, cool. Man, so much lore. I hope this is interesting for you guys, because I'm enjoying discovering the whole thing and just learning about everything. But I hope this is somewhat entertaining to watch, because we haven't really done much anyway today. We've barely moved. We've been mostly doing conversation and reading. So I'm hoping this is somewhat entertaining as a show. Yeah, Quasi, well, I'm glad then. Diplomat.
This place seems strange. Wish there were more humans around.
Why is everyone in this game a racist?
You have to be tough with these aliens. They won't respect you otherwise. It's good to see another human face around here. If I have to listen to another Hanar take 20 minutes to say the simplest thing, I think I'll scream.
Jesus Christ. Me, on the other hand, love the Hanar. Fascinated.
This place seems strange. Wish there were more humans around.
Well, okay then. It's so weird that a diplomat would behave that way. No? I don't know. Private Fredericks?
Don't believe the rumors. The consort would never reveal her secrets.
Of course she wouldn't. She'd be tossed at the nearest airlock if she did.
I suppose. Besides, Nick, the consort's nothing like the girls back on the colonies. She's...
You don't have to do it with her. You can just talk to her if you want.
Is that all you did, Jazz? Just talk?
I didn't say that.
Ha! I bet you did too.
Oh boy.
Shut up, Fredericks.
So, you don't have to do it with the consort, but you can, apparently. Alright, what's up, Fredericks?
What do you want? Oh, Commander. Is there something I can do for you?
Relax, Private. This isn't an inspection.
Right, sorry. What can I do for you, Commander?
He changed his tune real fast right there. That was funny. What's up, Trim? Man's soul's left his body, yeah.
What can you tell me about the Asari consort?
Well, she's an Asari who works here as... That is, she helps people with things.
You never went to see her, did you, Fredericks?
No, I never did. I couldn't afford it. It costs half a year's credits just to go in and talk to her.
Where is she? I mean, we've seen her. Why would I ask that?
Can you at least tell me where I can find her?
Sure. She's across the bridge from the embassies.
Thanks, kid. Have fun. Try not to get into too much trouble.
I will. Have fun, that is.
This is very like typical of those old school games, right? There's so many like branching trees and sort of things that sometimes you ask things you already know about. That also feels very old school in a way. A lot of modern games avoid that stuff now, but...
Commander, good to see you again.
Mm-hmm. I don't mind the little jank here and there.
I can't tell the aliens
No,
from the
yeah, I have to stop talking to you. Ashley! I don't want her to keep saying that. Nasana. Nasama? Nasana.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Okay, then.
I don't have time to talk now. I'm very busy.
Bartender.
Hello, Commander. Can I get you something?
Why not? No thanks, Commander. Why not?
What have you got?
Information, mostly.
Oh.
Would you like to know about some points of interest nearby?
Fill me in.
What's going on around here?
Well, you found the embassies. Not much going on here. Across the bridge, you'll find the bank, the Emporium, and Shaira's. If you haven't heard of her, you soon will. If you need supplies, you can try the markets one level below. For entertainment, I'd try Flux or Cora's den?
Hell yeah, sounds good. I can tell we should have been there as soon as we left the first room in the embassy. We should have been coming here. This gives us a lot of information that we organically learned.
What is Shaira's?
The consort? She entertains clients who can afford her services. Most of the diplomats and ambassadors have visited her at one time or another. She's a very powerful woman, but also very respected.
Well, we'll just assume that I'm still questioning people because, you know, you can always get more information when asking people about things you already know, right? You never know what they can, you know, what they can slide in there that might help you. It's part of the investigation. It's like when, you know, like when detectives have a suspect in custody and they know exactly what he's done, but they need to talk to him to try to get him to confess things and give more information, right?
Tell me about Flux and Cora's den.
Well, Flux has gambling and dancing, certainly more lively than this place.
Gambling?
Cora's den, on the other hand, let's just say it's livelier and deadlier, all at the same time.
Livelier and deadlier at the same time. Okay. I am interested about the gambling thing.
Goodbye.
Goodbye.
So long, Commander. Have a pleasant day.
All right, what about this? Oh. It's a keeper. Yeah, exactly, Trim. All right, I think we've done the whole rounds of everything that's up here, I believe. So now for my side quest, I need to go to the lower wards, which... Oh, wait, don't I need to go to CSEC Academy? Well, no, it was mentioned, but I don't have a reason to go there, I don't think. No. Okay. No, I don't want to press that. I would love to go to CSEC Academy eventually, but... I mean, it's right there, I could maybe take a look. Wait, I'm turned around. Oh god! Right. Whew, I was lost. This place is confusing. Sounds like the Totem Towns from Cyberpunk. Oh, I had forgotten about that place. That was so cool. Man, Cyberpunk was such a cool game. Fuck. Every time I think about that game again, I'm like... I wish I could relive it, you know? I wish I could relive that game. It was so freaking good. I mean, I guess I could do another playthrough at some point, just playing it completely differently, but it's not the same, I guess. Or maybe I wait 20 years, and maybe in 20 years I won't remember anything. Yeah, Cyberpunk was so freaking good, man. What's up, Observer? How are you doing today? I don't know, it was such a beautiful, immersive world. You must talk to the council to gain access to the wards. Oh. I'm not allowed. I don't have the credentials to leave the Presidium. I'm being controlled. What if I take the stairs, though? Let's see. So far, so good. Ah, oh, damn it. It's probably gonna say the same thing. Okay. Again, I'm not gonna complain about that. I do love a little bit of freedom, but I also do like a game with a sense of direction. It's more manageable for me, especially on stream. So I don't mind that. This elevator leads up to the Citadel, where the Council convenes to pass judgment on interstellar matters. Well, it's time for us to go to the Citadel Tower and probably get an audience with the Council. But that, ladies and gentlemen, is gonna be a story for tomorrow. Well, we didn't have any pre-rendered cutscene today, so I don't know if my fix of lowering the frame rate actually works. But so far so good. Today was perfect. Nothing, you know, no desync, nothing happened, so I think it's very good. Yeah, thank you everybody. Jeez. We've barely done anything today. I mean, slowly but surely we're making progress. That was lovely. So much delicious lore. Already a few interesting, you know, hints at a few interesting side quests, which I'm very excited to investigate further. And yeah. A ton of lore and characters to meet in the near future. Exciting. I'm so hyped. I can't wait to be back tomorrow. 7 p.m. Central European Time, 1 p.m. Eastern, 10 a.m. Pacific, for more adventures of Mass Effect. Yeah, thank you everybody. I appreciate you guys for hanging out. I appreciate the resubs. I appreciate the raids. We've had quite a few raids with Mass Effect. It seems like a popular raiding spot for people who have enjoyed the series themselves. I think that's great. Lovely. It's always nice meeting new people. Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'm gonna run out of here. I need food. I'm starving. So I'm gonna wish you all a beautiful rest of your day, evening, or night. I'm gonna see you guys tomorrow. And until then, remember me, and I will remember you.